All right, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. Go ahead and turn the ring light on. How is everyone today? We are here for writing club and some co-working. We were supposed to do writing club yesterday, but yesterday was kind of a mess because I had a mattress being delivered, and it did get delivered. But then like the rest of the day was kind of like tied up with like doing laundry to like wash the sheets and get things sorted, and just it was just a bunch of organization and little stuff all day long. But it worked out well. I've got the new bed. I might post a picture on Instagram because I'm really pleased with the new sheets I've got for it. And it's cute. It's like floral and pink and green. Very springtimey. I also, I'm definitely doing writing club today because last night, right when I went to bed, I was super inspired. I watched Master and Commander, and I haven't seen that movie in years, and it's really good. But now I'm back on my Our Flag Means Death kick, and I was like super inspired for a story based on Our Flag Means Death. So I've been like researching like Curacao and the history of the Caribbean and all this sort of stuff. And I got quite a bit of writing done last night and quite a bit of writing done this morning. And I'm like, stop writing, go turn on the stream and then keep writing, right? Like stop writing this off camera. You have a thing you're supposed to be doing right now. So I did that. We're doing do writing club, and yeah, welcome in. If you're new, I'm Natasha. We do co-working streams and lots of creative streams like writing club, book club, art club, fashion club, lots of design and creativity. So yeah, hang out and enjoy the music. Let's get some stuff done. I also have a whole bunch of practical stuff to do today. Like I have bills to pay. I have some forms I need to fill out, and then some forms I need to fill out online. Some I need to fill out by hand and then scan. And I just have a whole bunch of like practical bureaucracy stuff to do today too. So lots of stuff to do. Let's get the timer going and we're gonna get started. And if you're writing along with me, let me know what you're writing. Oh, I suppose I could have put it on writing club. I didn't. Oh well. Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna be typing anything on screen, so it's fine the way it is. Oh. I found this like banana apple juice in the store yesterday, and I'm so in love with it. It's so delicious. I didn't get very much of it though. It came in like 3 little Tetra packs, and this is my second one, so I've only got one left. I gotta go back to the store, I guess. I'm trying to avoid the store. I don't want to be spending money right now. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm kind of mad that the last time I moved to Europe, I knew I would have no money. And that was fine. That was kind of part of my plan. But this time I moved to Europe, I thought my job was pretty stable. And I'm kind of mad that has not turned out to be the case. So, after I signed a lease on an apartment, like, cool. So, let's make some money. Okay, I've got to decide if I want to transfer. I've been writing on my phone, which is how I normally write. I write very well on my phone. But I've got to decide if I want to transfer the document to a Word file, which is really easy because I have Word on my phone. Maybe I should do that at this point. I feel like this is a story I'm gonna post, so I should probably transfer it to a Word document just because it's a little bit easier to work on. Hey Sid, how's it going? Book writing, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm not a long writing person. Like I can't write anything that's long. All my stuff is short stories. But that's what I prefer to read. So I like reading short stories. I like writing short stories. That's where my zone is for writing. One day I'd like to write something longer, but I'm fully aware of my own limitations. And every time I try to do that, it turns out A, bad, and B, not fun. So I really enjoy writing short stories. So that's what I focus on. And I just don't worry about it anymore. What about you? Do you write? Oh my god, I need to put in my notes here. We're gonna do Fast and the Furious party on Friday? I think on Friday. Anyways, the new movie comes out this weekend, and I have all 9 of the previous movies on one file. Well, it's not yet. I got it all set up to record to one file, and then I'm going to save it as one file so that I can play it a little bit easier. And then I want to broadcast it. I don't think to Twitch. I think I get a copyright violation if I do it to Twitch. But if I put it on Discord and still stream to Twitch, my reactions, just have a party. I just think that's what I'm going to do on Friday. Yeah, I think Friday. Fast and the Furious party! I'm excited. I guess I should set a time for that before I just like post about it. What time would be? I guess I should look at kind of what the hours are for North America. Yeah, anything helps, big or small stories. You only write study notes. Well, that's good too. That's important. I'm glad I chose a short quote for today because now I can write extra notes at the bottom of here. Fast and Furious party this Friday. Friday. At, oh, I don't know what time. Okay, yeah, let me look at one of these time zone thingies, which I have quite a few good ones now. Time zone converters. This one? It's gotta be this one. Oh my god, this juice is so good. I just drink it like and keep drinking it, which is probably bad because it's very full of sugar, I'm sure. It's very delicious. And I'm sure there's some nutrients in there. It's apple and banana juice. I don't think either of those are very heavy on nutrients. Apple juice isn't. It's mostly just sugar. Bananas are also mostly just sugar, but there's potassium in there. Okay, this Friday is the 19th. Okay, so for me, the evening would start about, for me, the evening starts about 9 a.m. Vancouver time and about noon Toronto time. So for me, if I went a little bit later and started it in the evening Toronto time, that'd be midnight my time. So maybe if I started at like 11 my time, that'd be 2 p.m. West Coast, 5 p.m. East Coast. That'd probably be reasonable. Maybe a little bit later. Maybe a little bit earlier. No, I'll do it at 5 p.m. because that way it's definitely like an after work thing for anyone who is at work on Friday, East Coast. Because it's actually not going to be long. It's only going to be like, what, 2 hours or however long the longest movie is. Okay, I hate it when I click that. Okay, so let's say 5 p.m. Eastern. Eastern. .23 CEST. That's what I think I am right now. Let me double check if it'll tell me what time zone I'm in. Wow, yeah, like the overlap between working hours is like 1 hour between all three of these time zones. Mostly because West Coast is so far off. It's like my business day ends and their business day starts. Why is my clock on this computer still showing not 24-hour time? Oh my god, Windows, why do you make this so complicated? Time and language. Calendar display. Okay, but you're not actually letting me change it. Here we go. Regional format. Change formats. Okay, I'm gonna fix it now. CESD here. Good. That's interesting. You stored Harry Potter and Batman series. You started a Harry Potter and Batman series? Like you started writing or reading? Like reading Harry Potter or? that in there. It's gonna be too long. There we go, that's fine. I suppose I should write this down in my schedule now that I've set a time for it. Ah, you started watching the Harry Potter movies. Those are good. Those are good. I've been so hesitant to engage with any part of the Harry Potter fandom lately, just because all the J.K. Rowling drama. But I did like, it's still a good artistic item of its own merit, regardless of the political problems of the creator. And I still like the fandom, even if I wouldn't spend money on anything. And then Batman's always good. Batman's perennially good. What am I trying to do right now? Rain! I had a purpose and I've lost it. I was doing... Oh, I was gonna... Okay, so I think one of the problems with my stream the other day was that I had Discord open. So I'm gonna test it now. I'm gonna open Discord on the other computer, and if my stream fucking dies, then I will know that it's Discord that's the problem. So let's find out. And then I will close Discord and I will use it on my phone or something. But let's find out. Let's see if Discord was the problem. Because I had it open on the other computer that day. But that's the only thing I can think of that might have been the issue. Because I haven't had it open the past 2 days and the stream has been much more stable. So let's find out, shall we? Shall we? I don't know what my hair is doing. This hair clip, I hate these old-fashioned style hair clips with like this kind of clasp, because they always eat my hair, and they were so popular when I was a kid. And then they went out of fashion for a long time, and you didn't see them anywhere. No one used them. It wasn't a problem. And now they're back in fashion, and I'm like, oh, I fucking hate those hair clips. Because yeah, they really try to eat my hair. And every time I try to take it out, it attaches and pulls a bunch of my hair with it. Honestly, I should do this on my phone anyway because I need to post. I want to post the TikTok. So I guess I should post that to Discord. Post it under Watch Party under Discord. So if you're not on the Discord, go check out the Discord. And I will post all about the Fast and Furious party. Table right now. Oh, there's been some activity in the Discord. I haven't checked it in a couple days because I was mad about it ruining my stream, I think. Maybe, I don't know, maybe today it'll be fine and I'll be like, well, it wasn't Discord, I have no idea what it was. Watch parties. All right. We're gonna do a Fast and the Furious party this Friday to celebrate. Oh, will it even be Friday for... I need to double check my time zones here. It might be like Saturday for the times I picked in North America. Let me be careful. So my... Okay, no good. My 11 p.m. is also still Friday for... Because you guys are behind me. This Friday to celebrate the new Fast 10 movie. Let's see, what do we got here? It's going to be 2 p.m. Hey, 2 p.m. PST, 5 p.m. EST, and 11 p.m. 23. CEST. Let's post the TikTok. That explains it all. Need to do some TikTok stuff today too. There it is.
I'm at a Fast and the Furious party right now. A Fast and the Furious party. We watch all 9 Fast and the Furious movies all at the same time. There's 9 movies, so if you've never seen one of these movies, seeing all 9 of them at the same time is a great way to do it fast, a great way to do it furious. I love that experience.
There we go. Explains everything. I suppose I should put on Discord in the caption though here. I'm excited about this. My stream's still doing okay, even though I have Discord open, so who knows? Who knows what the problem might be? I also recorded some new footage for TikTok today. New outfit of the day. I'm like, I should probably start doing that again. Yeah, I definitely have to spend an hour recording, or 2 or 3 hours recording that file so that I have it ready to go and I'm not at the mercy of trying to deal with it. Because if it's just one file, it would be much easier to handle. It's already compiled. And then I can run it on Discord. Keyboard is not hooked up to this computer. It's so frustrating only having one keyboard, but I'm not spending money on another keyboard right now, even though I keep getting on keyboard Instagram. It's so dangerous. God, keyboards get expensive quickly, and there's so many beautiful keyboards out now, and so many beautiful switches out now, and so many beautiful keycaps out now, and oh boy, I do not need another keyboard. But oh boy, there's some I want. Is anyone watching Eurovision? I'm not really paying attention to it, but all my friends are, so I keep hearing everything about it and seeing stuff on the internet about it and seeing cool stuff on, you know, Instagram and TikTok about it, so kind of basically following along anyways. Does anyone have a favorite from Eurovision so far? I suppose I should post in some of my co-working channels on Discord and stuff like my to-do lists and things like that. I also like reorganized my closet. I spent like a bunch of time studying other people's like style influencers closets and how they did their videos on TikTok and Instagram. And I'm like, okay, how can I make my closet look closer to their closets? And one of the biggest things they do is they like actively just curate what is visible in their closet for any given video. So like they'll show their closet and like taking the clothes out, but the clothes that are in their closet are only like 10 items that are all like green and white or all pink and gray. And it's like, okay, so you obviously own more clothes than that are normally in this closet, because the next video, it's totally different clothes in there. So I'm like, okay, so they're just very careful about like what is visible when they record the video. Number two, they have like a shelf above and a shelf below, and they have a shelf with their handbags, which I already had, but mine was messy because I also had my sweaters on it. And I'm like, oh, I have a pull-out drawer thing that I was using for nothing. Like I had shoes in it at one point. I'm like, putting sweaters in there. So now my sweaters all actually have a home, even though my 2 sweaters like this are so big and bulky, they take up most of that space. So I might have to move the sweaters drawer down just to give myself extra vertical room. But it looks much better now. It looks great. It looks like something I can film when I want to like show outfits. So I'm excited about that because I'm really trying to be conscious about what is different about successful channels and Instagram pages and TikToks, and what am I not doing that they are doing. And it's like, well, I can't blame my channel or my Instagram or my TikTok for not succeeding if I'm not doing the same thing the successful ones are doing. So I'm like, okay, let's just really try to nail it down and get all the little details. And then it was really frustrating because some of the stuff that these channels were doing was stuff I was already doing, like cute flat lays. I was already posting cute flat lays. So, but I guess like maybe not in the same way they were. And it's one of those things that's like, well, you're trying to do it your own way. And that's great, Natasha. You love that. But if it's not working, you have to do it their way. It's like, God damn it. Fine. Oh yeah, I set up the whole business mastermind chat. I have all this stuff I've set up that I forget to use, and I'm like, and I see it again, and I'm like, oh, that's actually super great. That was working really well because I have the business mastermind channel set up on Discord, and it's a good little channel. Like, there's some good stuff on there, and I'm like, oh, I forgot to use this for months. And to be fair, all the stuff I forgot to do is because I was in huge life transition, and it's like I'm not gonna get hard on myself for falling away from things because it had to happen in order to move, but it's like, oh yeah, I should get back into doing these things. Still looking for people who want to do collaboration streams. Like if you want to do a one-off collab stream or a regular co-working collaboration stream, I'm absolutely looking to work with other people on that kind of stuff. So if you want to get more exposure for your own channel and you do co-working, let me know and we can do some collaborative streams. Or if you do something else, if you do art or fashion and you want to do a interview type one. I did a couple interview ones with Lady Kimono about the Met Gala last year, and that was really good. And I would love to do more streams like that. I've got like my goal check, my habit check, ADHD channel. They're good channels. I have to start using them again. Okay, let's put on the goal check-in. These are super cool check marks. When did I learn how to do this? Record TikTok, edit TikTok, post TikTok, what else do I need to do? I need to complete forms and scan forms, email forms. No, it still won't work. I cannot get the formatting right on this. Jesus, that was complicated. Why is my phone dying? Okay, I feel like my phone is dying way faster than it should be lately, and I feel like it needs a new battery because I don't want to get a new phone. There's nothing wrong with the phone yet, but the battery is not functional anymore. Oops, I never put this on working mode. It should have been on working mode this whole time, not break. Silly me. Oh well. Working. I'm mad I finished my juice already because I want more of it. I guess I should go get some actual water. That'd probably be the right solution. What am I studying or writing? I'm not a student anymore. I'm all finished my studies. I am writing a story right now, kind of inspired by, well, it's combination inspired by Our Flag Means Death and Master and Commander. So kind of historical pirates and stuff like that, basically. What about you? What are you up to? But actually right now I'm on TikTok because I'm doing marketing stuff. But I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Let me know what you're doing.
Yo.
Time for a break. I think I'm gonna close the door too. I've got the door open in front of me, and I think it's just, it's not, I'm not outside because it's not a nice day. It's like cloudy, and it was raining last night, and it's not that great a day out there. But not currently raining. But I think I'm gonna close the door. Alright, it's break timer. Have you been working away, working hard? Time to relax, take a break, take a breather. I just put on another work caption instead of a break caption. Oh god, they're all on now. Go away. Break. Success. Break for real. How's everyone doing? I'm gonna go close this door and I'll be right back. I have two of my plants outside because it's not like it's sunny, but it's probably like, you know, like more sun than nothing, like than being inside. It's cloudy, but I mean, I guess the sun is still technically there. I don't know if I should bring them in. It's not super windy right now, but both of those plants tend to fall over in their dishes and their pots when it's too windy. Okay, I just got these the other day because I was craving brownies, and I'm like, I don't have an oven, so making brownies is not a thing I can do easily. I still need to buy an oven. So, but I saw these in the store, and I'm like, yes, I was actually just thinking about brownies. So I don't know if they're any good yet, but usually Milka stuff is good. Let's find out together. Ooh, it looks good. It feels squishy too. It's soft. So that's kind of what I was looking for. Not like a cookie, but like a soft, squishy brownie. Mmm. Okay. That's what I was looking for, something that was like a 2-bite brownie, which I think I have seen 2-bite brownies in Europe. I'm gonna have to think about it now. But I haven't seen them in Italy since I've been here. I don't think if I saw them in France or not. Is 2-bite brownie a thing that exists in Europe? Does anyone know? I have to look into it. But this is basically the same thing, so that's fine. Oh, this is funny. I remember I found this person a while ago, and she's one of those... I follow a bunch of like style influencers who are, you know, that confusing type of influencer where you're like, where do you get your money from? Like, is your family just really well off? Like, where is this money coming from? Because they're like, I'm a model, or I'm a, you know, an influencer, or I'm a student, and it's like, okay, so you have like a popular channel, but like Instagram or YouTube or whatever, but it's like, it's not so popular that it would supply this lifestyle. Therefore, what are you not telling us? But this one is she's very much like, I run my own business in the, you know, marketing, social media, celebrity space, kind of PR space. And she's like, that's where I get my money. Like, this is my business. This is my job. This is where my money comes from. And it's very, it still feels a little, she's one of those like self-made stories where it's like, you know, I started from nothing and then I just kept making money until, you know, I'm here now. And it's like, really? 'Cause this just seems like, it's just, you know, one of those curious stories where it might be true. Like, sure, that's great if it's true. But it's also one of those people where it's that survivorship bias where it's like, all you have to do to live like me is do X, Y, and Z. And it's like, really? Because that's not true. Like, you were obviously either very lucky or there's something here that you're not telling us. And usually what they're not telling you is that they had a family member or a friend who helped them out a lot, usually repeatedly, usually ongoingly. But they downplay that part and just say like, here's how I was successful. And it's like, well, you forgot to mention that you started by like buying all this publicity, or you started by, you know, having this huge contact in the celebrity world, or you started by having this huge contact in the music world or the media world or something like that, right? Like there's someone they know or something that kind of helped them and they just don't tell you that part. And so it looks so easy, anyone can do it, but it's like, suspicious. I just find this people really interesting to follow because, number one, some of their advice is good. Like, okay, this is what I did and this is, you know, how I was successful. And it's like, that part's true. But it's like, what's the secret parts here? And sometimes you catch glimpses of it too. Sometimes they'll slip up, or sometimes they'll post something and they won't realize that it indicates something else. And it's like, oh, your friend so-and-so that you've known since childhood, that friend who's also a multimillionaire and blah, 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 grew up with this family. Yeah, okay. Makes more sense now. But usually they're pretty careful about it, so you can't find out right away. But I don't know, I just find it very interesting. But this one's also good because she'll actually post prices and stuff. So like she'll post that kind of, you know, like Instagram influencer lifestyle, like luxury brand lifestyle, right? With like all the shopping and the hotels and the, you know, the restaurants and everything. But she'll actually tell you how much it actually costs, like how much she actually spent on all this in order to like make this video with all of this stuff in it. And the weekend that she had, here's what money she actually spent and how much it cost. And you know, like it's just really nice because so many people brush aside like how much it costs. Like, oh, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about money. And it's like, no. Like, tell us how much it costs. Like, tell us what someone would need in order to live like this. Like, how much are you spending? Like, we want to know. So it's really neat. I like her stuff. Even though, again, she actually strikes me as her name is Polina Nioli, and she strikes me as one of the more evasive ones, even though she tries very hard to be very upfront and direct about what she does and where money comes from, but she strikes me as quite evasive about it. And I mean, I could be wrong too. I would never want to assume something about someone else because I know my own personality doesn't necessarily, I don't know, what do I want to say? It doesn't necessarily come off the way I want it to when new people meet me or see me. So I would never judge someone. I'm just very curious as to what might actually be the case going on. I feel like I should watch more for YouTube. what do I need to do? I posted my video. I need to cross-post it to Instagram. Give it a watch and a like. Does anyone else have any of those interesting relationships with influencers where you're kind of like curious as to what they're not telling you? I just find it so interesting. Okay, what Instagram account am I logged into? The wrong one. It's always the wrong one. It's never the right one. Okay, back onto my fashion Instagram. Let's cross-post the TikTok. Well, let's post it as a story, and then hopefully it will automatically cross-post because Repurpose is supposed to do that for me, and it's been pretty reliable this week. Sometimes it's a problem, but it's been working this week. I have to go through and check my Instagram highlights and make sure I've actually successfully added all of these to the highlight reel. I don't know if I have or not, but... Oh, like this person I just found, she just got this beautiful house. Like everything in her house is just beautiful. Like there's these glass bowls and this gold strainer and it's just everything's nice. Okay, so the video hasn't published yet, which is fine. That's not surprising because it takes Repurpose a while to do that. How many of them do I have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. And how many do I have in the Instagram thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's actually all of them. I'm honestly impressed that I managed to get them all. Good, good, good. Okay, am I going to transfer this story into a Word document? I think I will, because that way I can be typing instead of just on my phone. I feel like that's more... I feel like it's better for the stream. Get some clicky clacks going. Also, I need to start checking off some to-do lists here because I did do the Met Gala TikTok. Yeah. I keep avoiding paying bills. I don't want to pay bills because it's complicated. I don't know how to do it in Italy. Well, I do. I just need to. I'm just not confident in doing it. All right, let's go back to work and we're going to do some typing. Let me know what you're working on, and let me know how your break was. If you took a break, if you had a snack, if you kept working on through the whole period. Ah, the keyboard's not connected to there anymore. I really like my formatting in a specific way, so I feel like if I do this and I open the document first on the computer, I can set the formatting, and then when I copy paste it in, it's better. I do that. also the stream's doing fine even though Discord is open, so I'm glad about that. I'm glad that Discord is not incompatible with my stream, but it also means I have zero idea why that one day was completely non-functional. But I have changed my settings since then, so maybe I just really can't have kilobytes over 2000. Like, I guess that might have been the issue. Oops, let's change the name of that. What am I calling this one? I usually don't name my stuff until the very end, but I usually do. Sometimes the name just comes to me. This time it has not. Oops. I'm also really mad that the iPhone version of Microsoft Word will access Dropbox, but it won't let you sort Dropbox files in any way other than alphabetical. And I usually sort most of my files by like most recent access, like most recent modification or edit or whatever. And yeah, it's just really frustrating because I won't even remember what file I'm working on except that it's the most recent one, and then I have to figure out what it's called. I just named this and I have no idea what I named it. Oh yes, I do. There it is. But like, it's frustrating. Okay. Yes, all her paste. Jesus Christ. I'll keep my indents regardless. That's really frustrating. Nope. Okay, this is not successful anyways, but probably more successful than nothing. So at least now the document has the right formatting possibility. What's the other thing I need to do? I need to save a new document. Okay, let's... I always have to remember to actually move my documents from my regular ideas file on my phone to a file that says move to computer. Otherwise I keep editing them in 2 places, and then obviously that's not good. I also like moving them to the Word document so that I can see how many words I actually wrote, which you can do on your phone, but you still have to like copy paste and stuff. So, yeah. Oh my god, I hate it when it does a thing where it will only let you copy and it won't let you cut, and you're like, no, I need to actually take this out of this document. That's the whole reason I was highlighting it, so I could move it to another document. This also ended up being like so wholesome. Cut. Thank you. Ooh. Okay. 'Cause I don't want to do the thing where it will only let you copy and it won't let you cut, and you're like, no, I need to actually take this out of this document. That's the whole reason I was highlighting it. So I could move it to another document. It was 4,000 words I wrote. It's not too bad. My default for writing anything is between 1 and 2,000 words before I lose inspiration. So if I got 4,000 words, that's really good. And I still have inspiration. Some of those words are notes, not actual writing yet. So that means all those little single sentence notes are going to become their own paragraph or multiple paragraphs. So this will be, it could end up being another 10,000 word one. I've had a couple 10,000 word stories lately, which I'm always pleased about. Fix the formatting on this though. Oh, my doctor got back to me, and all she said, I mean, thank God she got back to me, but all she said is, the pharmacy still hasn't gotten back to me. I will contact them again. Thank you. Please. I appreciate you. What's going on here? Oops. Oh, I wanted to start doing ad breaks more intentionally, because I read that if you do that intentionally, then new people who jump onto the stream don't get an ad right away, and then they don't jump away from the stream immediately. So I did want to start doing that. So we'll run an ad here if I can make it work. I've had trouble with that part of my. Sometimes those pages won't load properly, but the stream's pretty stable today, so it should work today. But if you run one every hour, and I have an hour-long structure to my stream anyways, then apparently it's better, so we'll do that. Better for new people. Cheers, hydrate. Oh yeah, when I copy pasted it totally did not copy paste into the formatting of the document that was already there, even though that was my whole point. Oh no, I did keep my no paragraph breaks. That's good. I want a paragraph indent. I don't know why it's so difficult to get a paragraph indent. Oh, there we go. Okay, set it as the default, which I've done many times before. And Word hates changing the normal template. Cheers, hydrate, and to stretch my wrist. Excellent, because I'm typing today. So if you spend all day typing and using a computer, these are some good stretches for your wrist. First of all, keep your hand straight directly out in front of you and put your hand downwards and gently pull it back from the top of the hand until you kind of feel it along here. It shouldn't hurt, but you should pull until you kind of feel it. Do the same thing facing upwards. Again, anything that hurts shouldn't be a sharp hurting pain. You should be able to feel the muscles stretching, the tendons and everything. Do the same thing on the other hand, and you want to keep your arms straight and out in front of you. Just hold it. This you can grab from your palm or from your fingers. And if it hurts, just release it a little bit. Don't pull so hard. The other one I really like is to pull your thumb back towards your arm and then pull it from the top too. And you won't get it very far that way, but just until you feel it. What's everyone drinking today? Everyone on water, coffee, tea? What you got? I'm gonna go make some coffee or tea or something. The last one I do is I pull each finger back individually. And just gently, because these are small little tiny muscles and bones and tendons. You don't want to force anything or hurt anything. Try to decide if I want to make a mocha pot coffee, a cappuccino, a tea, or something else. What should I make? What kind of caffeine should I have? And then just wiggle and stretch it out. Then hydrate again. Water, only for today. You usually have more of coffee, but today you're just drinking water? See, oh, my brain like totally like doesn't naturally flip from working on my phone to working on my computer because the formatting is so different. Like the paragraph sizes are different and everything is different, and my brain just like, wait, what is this? What part of the story am I at? Ah. Green tea is actually a really good idea. I would totally go for green tea right now. I'm gonna go turn my kettle on. Brilliant idea. There's some pistachios too, just for fun. I do not have enough table space though. Oh my goodness. I also need to edit this one too. I haven't like actually edited the. Usually when I'm writing, I'm pretty careful about the grammar when I go through it. But this one, I there's a couple parts where I know I didn't fix things. I've got some green tea here with some floral tea. And I mix them together. I can't ever just have one kind of tea anymore. I always have to mix a couple. It's part of that exceedingly low maintenance self I am. So I like loose tea. I haven't found a good loose tea shop yet in Italy, in Rome yet, and I've got to go find one. Keeping my eyes open for one to come up across my radar, because I know there's some good tea shops here. There's gotta be. There were some good ones in France, especially in kind of some of the marketplaces. There were stalls that would sell loose tea that was good. So I know there's gonna be some in Italy somewhere. Gotta find it. Even though Italy's all about their coffee, there'll be some good tea somewhere. Or I'll just have to start ordering from David's Tea to ship. But that's silly because I have a lot of tea in Canada. Back up, but I also have a lot of tea here. I'm not really desperate for tea at this point. I kind of stocked up on a couple things when I got here, and I brought a couple things with me, but it was so sad because I brought things with me and I'm like, I don't go through tea very fast because I use so many different types. Like, this will last me forever, and then I started to like notably like have very little of it left, and I'm like, oh no, I can't believe I used so much so quickly. I was in a tea season when I got here. But I can better see where the paragraph break should be when it's in a Word document. When it's on my iPhone, I have like a paragraph break like every sentence, and my brain goes, this is fine, this looks fine, because it's so tight. But on Word, it's like, oh no, okay, a couple of these sentences should be in the same paragraph. These are all related. Also, my favorite writing hack is when I can't figure out what to write next, I write down what happens next, and then I just start answering that question. And then usually it's like note form, it's not like actual prose. It's just like, this character has to talk to this character. And it's like, that's not a sentence that should be in the story. But like, now I know what I need to write. Or I'll be like, well, eventually this is going to be revealed. And it's like, again, that's not a sentence that is going to be in the story, but now I kind of know what to write next. Or I know what to write for that part of the story, and then I'll go back and fill in the details later. Or fill in the missing bits after I've written the part I have inspiration for. And then half of my notes usually are prose, and I can just leave them. Or like slightly edit them. Maybe this tea's so nice and warm on my hands.
go.
Oh, and it's break time. And I've got my tea already. And I'm getting some writing done. Yay! What about everyone else out there? Are you getting writing done? Are you getting work done? What are you up to? What are your goals and plans for today? I have many, and writing was actually not one of them, but it's the right week of the month, as I usually spend one day a month focused on writing. Intentionally. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, but I try to, and it lined up nicely this week, so I'm in the zone. What's everyone else up to? Studying away? Writing schoolwork? Get hungry in a bit here. I think got the warm tea. The weather has been so bizarre here. Like I keep being cold and then too hot and then cold and then too hot because it's like it's muggy. Like there's a lot of humidity in the air because it's kind of thunderstormy. And like I said, it rained last night a lot, but then today it's just been cloudy, and yesterday it's been cloudy, but it's windy, so that's cold. But then it's warm, like it's not actually, the air's not that cold, so it gets hot and ugh. And I just like, I can't, I had the air conditioner going this morning, but now I want to turn the heater on, and it's like, this is ridiculous. Where's my Rome sunshine and nice summer weather? It's May now, and it's supposed to rain all week. It's supposed to rain this whole week, and I'm so mad about it. Especially because BC is getting a heat wave. Swear to God, everywhere I move gets like nicely temperate weather. It's so frustrating. Like, I want hot weather. Hot weather. Give me hot weather. Too hot. I have an air conditioner. I just want to be outside in the sunshine. Oh, I should put this on break mode, I guess. There we go. Break. Green tea was a good idea, though. I'm enjoying my green tea. Write that paragraph, so that was just notes, and now I've written the actual paragraphs. Yeah, see, some of this is like, it's like almost a paragraph of prose, but then I'll like put something that's super casual in there, and I'm like, that's not actually how I would write that. Let's write that a little bit more consistently and less like comedically, less slangy. Modern slangy too, because this is a historical piece. Actually, yeah, I had a good historical point earlier, because I was gonna say something like, I had a couple in this one. I was gonna say shell shocked, and I'm like, no, shell shocked is a First World War term. We're not there yet, so I changed that to flabbergasted. And then what was the other one I changed? Because it was robot. I had feeling like a robot. And I put automaton or clockwork in there. Put both. And I'm like, yes, clocks existed. See, look, I didn't even know I needed a scene in here, and now I got there, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be a whole other scene in here, because these two need to have a conversation before this character runs off and chases down the other one. Because they would naturally talk about this before one of them leaves. Especially if one of them's ready to start a fight and the other thinks that's a stupid idea. Rewatch Our Flag Means Death again. It's such a quick, easy watch. I just want to rewatch the whole thing. I've already seen it more than once. I've definitely seen it twice. So I watched it like instantly twice myself, and then I've seen it with two other people at least. So that's at least 4 times. Not like all of it all the way through 4 times, but there might have been another time in there too. So good. I highly recommend it. If you like fun comedy with queer plots, it's like the most like queer positive thing on TV right now, and in a non-preachy way. It's just fun and lighthearted, and it doesn't make it a big deal. It's just part of the story. And pirates were canonically queer as fuck, so yeah, it's like a perfect you can't go, it's not historically accurate, because it is. I mean, not the way they're doing it with a modern comedic take, but the source material is there. Oh my god, okay, especially because we're on break right now. Funniest thing, I was looking for a movie yesterday, and streaming in Italy is like kind of iffy to find anything, so I ended up on Tubi, and I don't know if you guys know what Tubi is, but it's a streaming service. And I was introduced to Tubi because it has some of the weirdest, most ratchet, low budget shit on there sometimes. It also has normal stuff too, like it has normal movies too. And it actually has some good movies right now. Like it has Tale of Tales, it had Master and Commander, and it has some like real movies. Sometimes it doesn't keep them for very long because it kind of tends to get things when they're like in between streaming rights to other platforms. But it also has like the weirdest low budget, like weird stuff. So I found a Sabrina the Teenage Witch pilot movie from before that show started. So like it has Melissa Joan Hart, but like the actors for the aunts are totally different. They're not the same actors. All the other actors are different, except maybe one of the friends. and it has Ryan Reynolds plays one of the love interest characters, and he has the most 90s hair ever, like that kind of like short under here and then long on top, and just kind of like this center part with the curly. Oh my god, he's so 90s. It's the funniest thing ever. And yeah, it's just really great. He's just this like this love interest character, one of the two love interest characters, and oh, it just made me laugh so much because it was so iconically of its time. And it's like a bad movie. It's not good because it's just like a pilot movie for the TV show, and the TV show was fun. But yeah, oh wow, that was such a great find. The fashion in it is also great. Like it is time capsule fashion right there, because it's also low budget too, because a lot of times people look back on movies from a particular era, but they'll pick the ones that are really high budget and really like crafted formulaically by a costume designer, which is great because they can do really intentional things. But when you get a low budget movie, you're literally just getting the fashion from that time period, because that's what they had available. That's what they could find in the stores. That's what these actors had. Like, that's what was there. And so that's what the time period is. Every character is just wearing the clothes that people were wearing. And so it's more real in that kind of sense. It's super fun to watch. Especially because so much of that fashion is so trendy right now. Like there's a bunch of stuff that you see in watching something from that era where you're just like, wow, that was so tacky and so out of date for so long, but I've definitely seen someone wearing that in the last year. Like, oh my god, so wild. I love how things cycle like that, because I mean, and we've seen it with a lot of different eras. Like the 80s had a really big push for quite a long time there, where the 80s were popular in that same kind of ironic way. And now, I mean, obviously the 90s are almost done that push, because it's just they've been so heavy for so long, but I think it's still going strong right now, the 90s style. It's just interesting. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking up information research. Okay, hey. Also, when's the next season of our Flagman stuff coming out? Give me more. Oh, cool! I didn't know this. Israel Hands is actually, because Blackbeard's a real historical pirate, and Stede Bonnet is a real historical pirate, and those are the two main characters from Our Flag Means Death. But Izzy Hands is actually a real historical first mate of Blackbeard. That's a real character, a real historical person too. That's so cool. Because they kind of play a little bit fast and loose with historical accuracy on the show. Like I said, it's a comedy. So, and most of the characters are just like invented characters. So that's really cool. Oh, this is great. This is so useful. Oh, this is so inspiring. I'm so glad I looked this up. Oh my god. Because this is all like actual pirate history stuff that's useful for historical fiction. All right, and time for more writing. Well, I'm in research mode right now, so that's the same thing. At least for me it is. Research usually results in more writing than writing results in, so I generally think of, I generally plan time for research, not for writing. I get way more done that way. I'm getting a little bit hungry. I brought myself pistachios and then I promptly forgot about them. Hi, Cheese and Butter. What are you writing? What am I writing? I am writing a story inspired by Our Flag Means Death and Master and Commander, because I watched Master and Commander last night. I hadn't seen that movie in years. It's a good movie. And also Our Flag Means Death is good. So anyways, it's about pirates. What about you? What are you up to? Are you working on something? Are you writing? Are you studying? Just taking it easy? Chilling? These pistachios have been out of their bag for too long. I took them out and put them on this dish a couple days ago. I hope they were still good, but they're not. You know how like nuts get not as crunchy anymore after a while? They're not as crunchy anymore. You just got home from work. How was work? What do you do? Tell us all about it. Was it a good day, bad day? What are you up to now? See, now I have all this. I don't know why I didn't just look up Wikipedia in the first place. Now I have all this historical information about Blackbeard that I can use as like history points and things that characters know about and places characters have been and stuff. Ah, this is so good. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, this is just a side note from the TV show, Our Flag Means Death. Rhys Darby plays Stede Bonnet, the main character. But for flashbacks, when that character's a child, it's played by his son. That's so cute. Oh, I love that. That's adorable. You work at your shop. You have a business to attend to. Ah, very cool. What do you sell? What do you, what does your shop do? Mm-hmm. Have you been doing it long? Do you like it? I'm trying to get my own business going, but it's been slow going. Mostly because I'm trying to do it online, but okay. So I knew the two timelines were conflicted because the TV show is set in 1717, which is accurate for Blackbeard, but Stede Bonnet, historically, the historical figure died in 1718, so he's the one who's out of sync. I knew one of them was. You sell narcotics. All right, so you probably like your work. I feel like if you phrase it as I sell narcotics, you know what you're doing. Oh, the show's actually way more historically accurate than I thought it was. I actually thought it was not at all, but I thought these two historical figures had never met up, but it looks like they actually did. This is actually like legit. Turned to piracy in 1717. That's when the show is set. Met up with Edward Teach, known as Blackbeard, and worked together to capture merchant ships. That's funny. I really should have read the history on this when I first started watching the show, because this is a bunch of stuff I didn't. It's legal. Cigarettes, tobacco, and hash. Oh, very cool. I like it. Very nice. You pay taxes too. Excellent. I approve. I'm very much a kind of free will kind of person on drugs in general. I feel like things shouldn't be illegal. They should just be taxed so that, and in a legal way, so that the money actually goes back into the healthcare system. So like if someone wants to take a drug that's going to hurt them, it shouldn't be illegal for them to do that, but they should pay into the healthcare system in order to not be a burden if they're going to do something that has risks. Hey, Virtuous Wife, how are you? I know, I'm so happy I've been streaming consistently. Thank you for noticing. I've really been trying, and I've really been in the zone, and everything's not stable in my life because my work has been a mess, but streaming has been stable, so that one's good. We're trying to make that a priority. How are you? What have you been up to? Especially for things like tobacco, where like the risk is so mild. Like, yeah, there's a slight burden on the healthcare system from like cancer and stuff, but like honestly, and there's taxes on cigarettes already, but it's stupid because those taxes don't go back into the healthcare system. Just put a healthcare tax on something that's a health burden, and then people can make their own choices if they want to endanger their own health. Right? I mean, especially in countries like Canada or most of the civilized world where it's public healthcare, right? Like they're getting their healthcare for free. So put a tax on the thing that makes them require more healthcare. It's that simple. I don't understand why we can't, like, don't outlaw the thing. Don't make it illegal, because then people just do it anyways. But yeah, that's my theory anyways. That's my opinion. You're doing chores today? What's been going on with work? What hasn't been going on with work? Everyone I know is upset about my job because it's been a mess and I'm so mad, but I'm getting by. Taxes are huge, 32%. It's crazy, right? And it's right now, I don't agree with punitive taxes. I don't agree with making a tax on a drug as a punitive measure, like to make people not want to do it just because it costs more. That's garbage. That's just like puritanical moralism. Like, stop deciding things for other people. If someone wants to do something that has a health risk, they should be allowed to make that choice. But if they're also then going to expect medical care, and they're putting an excess burden on the medical system if something goes wrong, yeah, they should pay ahead of time a tax that takes care of that medical burden. Right? But yeah, punitive taxes where it's just like, this money is going to politicians' pockets and it's not going to anything in particular, and it just makes people less likely to smoke because they cost more now. That's garbage. That's like bullshit Puritan moral imposition. I don't like that kind of stuff. I think it's stupid. Prohibition stuff. I disagree. If someone wants to do something and it doesn't hurt anyone else, it should not be illegal. Let's put it that way. I also bet this article on Blackbeard and Steve Bonnet has been absolutely updated and detailed, and like, I honestly, maybe I did look this up when the show first came out and this was like way less information, because I have a feeling this has been like stockpiled with historical info since, oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, we do co-working streams and lots of creative streams like writing and art and fashion design. So welcome, welcome. And we do I end up on a lot of philosophy rants about things like moralism and rights and all that sort of stuff. So you're in the right place to discuss those kind of things. Kind of philosophy. But no, I feel like this information on the internet has gotten way more detailed and in-depth since the last time I looked at it, probably a year ago. And that's good. It's helpful for me. Yeah, it doesn't discourage the people who really want to do it. It just, yeah, it's just moral punishment, which is garbage. In the same way that making some of this stuff illegal doesn't help. Like, people who still want to do it, and they're still going to find a way to do it. And it's going to be more dangerous because they're going to try to hide it and do criminal things in order to make it happen. So don't make it a criminal activity. Oh, what a surprise. What an idea. This idiot. Okay, so the historical Stede Bonnet, like, was only a pirate for a very short while, before he was pardoned. Then he became a pirate again after he was successfully pardoned, and he got sentenced to death. He tried to ask for clemency again, but he got hanged because, you idiot, you already got clemency. You already had a pardon and you screwed it up. So that was dumb of you. Okay, and historically, his crew abandoned him to join back Blackbeard on Blackbeard's ship, which is not what happened in the show. In the show, it's the other way around kind of thing, where, like, although technically I don't think we've got to this part yet. We might have, I don't know, the show's fast and loose with history, like I said. But in the show, his crew is definitely on his side, not on Blackbeard's side, so makes it sweet and cute. There's all this, like, feel-good pirates who are all very happy and just comedic, right? It's a comedy. It's so well written. Okay. Is the Republic of Pirates a real place? Oh my god, I can't believe how much of this show is accurate. What? Republic of Pirates was a base and stronghold of a loose confederacy of pirates in Nassau, in the Bahamas, for about 11 years. It was governed by an informal pirate code. That's straight out of Pirates of the Caribbean. That's so cool. Oh my god, I can't believe this is a real place. God, getting into the history of this is so wild, because so much of this stuff is real. Yeah, government's earning the max from the liquor tariffs. Yeah, the liquor tariffs are bad too, because alcohol is actually one of the biggest healthcare burdens in our society. And it's the least of our concern in modern morality. I mean, obviously there was prohibition in the past, but no one's going to try to implement prohibition now because it would be such a backlash, as almost everyone drinks. But no, liquor is by far the biggest healthcare burden compared to, like, all of these other, like, substances, you know, and it's just ridiculous. And then again, they tax it as a punitive measure, not as an actual healthcare measure. Like, if you're going to tax the liquor because it's a problem on society, it creates problems that lead to healthcare and other issues, that money should go back into solving those issues. Elect me as president. Solve it all. I'm not American. Actually, yeah, I think America has pretty low liquor taxes compared to Canada. Canada's liquor taxes are insanely high. Canada's liquor is insanely highly priced compared to like everywhere else. Even Canadian produced liquor is very expensive in Canada. Hey, the fanfictioneer guy. Walks into chat, trips over a slime. Face plants into the lurk button. Love it. Well, welcome, and thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's one thing that's really nice about being in Italy is the fact that you can get a bottle of wine for under $10 and it's good wine. You can get a bottle of wine for under $5 half the time and it's still good wine. France, you definitely could. Italy, I found a little bit more iffy under that €5 mark, but that might also just be because inflation has gone up since I was in France a couple years ago. But, you know. In Canada, you can't get a decent bottle of wine for under $20 usually. And even then, you can pay $20, $25 and still get a terrible bottle of wine. You used to sell liquor unlawfully and then you quit. I feel like selling liquor unlawfully is one of those things where it's like, it's only viable if you're one of those people who's like, I'm going to sell this after bar close or, you know, like do delivery or, you know, one of those kind of things. Or like you've specifically got a connection for something that the liquor stores around you aren't selling or can't sell or can't legally import. And then you're like, hey, I got this exclusive, you know, import. No one, you can't get it anywhere else. Because otherwise, yeah, like so many people just want to go to the liquor store or the bar. I feel like it'd be a hard business. Oh wow, true pirate control occurred in this pirate republic when the island was abandoned by its English government presence after an attack. It was taken over by English privateers who became completely lawless pirates. They essentially established their own republic with their own governors. This is wild history. This part of history is great. And if you've never looked into the golden age of piracy, historical era, you should, because this stuff is great. I'm thoroughly enjoying researching this. Also, piracy, again, like I was saying before, if you start looking into like interesting historical pirates, there's a lot of them, and some of them are really like cool. Like some of them are really queer. You have like all these kind of like genderqueer pirates. You have like kind of some lesbian pirates. You have like interesting people who became pirates. It's totally worth looking into. There's like so many interesting people. It's one of those things that I want them to make movies about. So it's a little bit mad to me that they're making this, a little bit frustrating to me that they're making this TV show about two pirates who did exist but weren't. Like, the Gentleman Pirate's an interesting case, so I understand why he was chosen to be the focus of a TV show. But there's also all these other interesting female pirates out there. And I really want to see movies about, or TV shows about these female pirates historically. And I just think that'd be really cool to see. You made a good amount of money, but you lost your girlfriend. Yeah, the social toll of doing that kind of stuff, I bet would impact you after a while. I can see that. Oh, I forgot. I was supposed to be trying to, where is it? I've lost it. Trying to regularly run an ad every hour so that new people who come into the stream don't get them. So I'm going to do that now. Oh, lordy. Yeah, I mean, you spent all that money. Easy come, easy go, right? As long as you're being nice to people, that's the most important thing. Don't treat people poorly, no matter what job they're in. And hi, Sparkle Dream. Did you get your you're working on a paper? Did you get it finished? Did you get it all done? Get it all written? Yeah, gotta spend the money you earned after all. I mean, gotta keep that economy going, right? Okay, by 1713, the War of the Spanish Succession was over, but many British privateers were slow to get the news or reluctant to accept it. Because, like, when there's a war, a lot of these pirates were, like, legal privateers, right? Like, they were authorized by one country to attack ships of another country as pirates. But because they were at war, as long as they didn't get caught by the country they were attacking, their own country would endorse them. It's like, that's fine. Yeah, please attack that country's ships, merchant ships, steal from them, go for it. But when the war is over, they have to stop. And so this is really funny. They just were reluctant to receive that news. Just kept pirating. Yeah! Good work. Are you working on something today? Something new? Did you say you're in exam period right now? Was that you who said that? You submitted your paper and you just hope everything went well. You were awake till 4 a.m. to finish it. Woo! I'm glad you got it done. I'm such a late night person. Like, if I'm awake till 4 a.m. finishing something, that's like my most productive time. But it sucks when you have a class at 8:30. Yeah, you had to get up at 6, but it was worth it. If you're just joining the stream, we're talking about the golden age of piracy because that's what I'm writing about right now in my story. We're also talking about the morality of different industries. You don't believe in savings, but when you ran out, you feel guilty. You don't believe in savings? What does that even mean? That sentence is so absurd to me. I'm just confused. You have to explain that now. You don't believe in savings? Really is easy come, easy go for you. Anyways, my advice is to accept that savings are a useful thing in life and would probably serve you well for the future if you started having some savings. Whether that's in the traditional forms of like a retirement savings account or whether that's in the form of like just a savings account at your bank or whether it's in the form of money under your bed. But some diversified savings is my recommendation to anyone because I think that is generally a good choice for people. You wish your exam phase would start later, but you have 3 exams next week, so you gotta study. All right, study time. Off you go to it. Come back on break and then we can chat more. 20-minute study. Okay, by 1713. Okay, and then Hornigold has been actually mentioned in Our Flag Means Death. Here we go, accurate. Hornigold was a mentor to pirates such as Blackbeard, Sam Bellamy, and Stede Bonnet. I think Sam Bellamy is also... Stede Bonnet is the main character. I think Sam Bellamy is also mentioned in Our Flag Means Death. But Hornigold definitely is. Henry Jennings, I don't think is. But that would be a good person to use in my story because that's someone who has not been mentioned in the show. And I just made up a name earlier, so I'm going to replace it with one of these real pirates now. But here we go. Anne Bonny and Mary Read. Those are the two most famous kind of female pirates. You should absolutely look up if you've never read on them because they're very interesting. Calico Rackham is a real person. Oh my god, this is so wild. I can't believe how much of this show is actually accurate, and I can't believe Tumblr hasn't impressed upon me the historical accuracy of this show yet. Because usually when Tumblr finds something that's historically accurate, it talks about it nonstop about its historical accuracy. And I have not had that come across my feed yet. I should post this shit to Tumblr because I'm sure someone's already done it, just didn't come across my feed. But holy crap, there's so much historical accuracy in the show. I am blown away. Your guru told you by observing the lines of your hand that you don't retain the notes when you earn them. See, I'm going to tell you what I really think. Don't listen to gurus who read lines on your hand. It sounds like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like, listen to people who are successful in the way you want to be successful and do what they say to do, not gurus who read lines in your hands and probably aren't doing that well in their own lives either. The people who are, you know, probably have the goals that you want to reach probably do have savings. Right? You know, don't listen to anyone who can't back up what they say with evidence, right? So someone who will tell you what you want to hear, which is don't worry about this because it's never going to work anyways. They have no reason to say that. They have no reason to support what they're saying. So why listen to them? Hey, Janos. Sir Francis Drake. He preyed on Spanish ships. Okay, I'm going to look him up. He hasn't come up in my research yet. Was he the same time period though? Like 1700s? I'm such a like a staunch atheist kind of non-spiritual person, which is funny because I really like spiritual philosophy, but I would never listen to someone who tried to tell me something about the world that they couldn't possibly know. Ha! You were disappointed so you didn't give him any money. Good! Alright, good on you. Don't waste your time and don't waste your money on people who pretend to know things that no one can know. Spend your time with people who do things you want to do and then learn how they do them and how they got there and what they care about, what they do. Do they have savings accounts? Because they probably do. Alright, Sir Francis Drake. I've got so many okay, I have so many tabs open. I have 6 tabs open for research. I have 500 tabs open for everything else, so my 6 research tabs are really not that bad. Let's look up Francis Drake. Oh, he was much earlier. Okay, 1540 to 1596. An English privateer. Oh, who circumnavigated the globe. Cool. How'd you learn about him? He preyed on Spanish ships. Yeah, earlier 1540s, yeah. Cool. So he could be like a reference. Like my characters would know about this pirate and it could be something they talked about or referenced in their dialogue. See, all this research is good. Good stuff. I need like a timeline now though. Oh my god, I gotta like comport data from all these separate Wikipedia pages from all these separate people and like put them all into one. I should probably start with Blackbeard because he's going to be the center line of this history. Huh, Edward Teach was also spelled as Edward Thatch. Fucking British people. Yeah, I'm gonna start a timeline here because I need to get these notes in order. Well, yeah, okay, because like the timeline of the show is wild too, because the show starts in 1717, but like Edward Teach was still, like Blackbeard was still on the crew of Benjamin Hornigold in 1716. Yeah, and he didn't really become the renowned pirate until later, until after 1717, and he's already renowned in the show when the show starts. Okay. All right, Blackbeard's crew was over 300 men. It's a large pirate ship. Oh, this is interesting. So in the show, Blackbeard's ship is called Queen Anne, and Deed Bonnet's ship is called the Revenge, but apparently Blackbeard had a ship called the Queen Anne's Revenge. Because he was probably a sailor in the Queen Anne's War. He helped Queen Elizabeth I to defeat the Spanish Armada. The profile looks like Queen of all trades. I like that instead of Jack of all trades. That's cute. Yes, I am. What's that word I've heard used? Multi-passionate creative. I mean, it's kind of a silly term, but yeah, that's pretty much the deal. I have a lot of interests, and if I try to focus on only one, it doesn't work. So I don't bother trying. I just do everything a little bit. But my main job right now is editing, and my main business right now is fashion. Not that either one of those things are apparent right now, because editing work has been a nightmare lately, and my fashion business hasn't done anything lately. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. I've been posting regularly on my fashion TikTok this week. So there. She says as she goes back to writing. Never let anyone tell you can't do everything. You just can't do everything all at once, and you can't do any one thing as well as if you focused on that one thing. But you can do a lot of stuff pretty well. And if you're going to do a lot of stuff anyway, you might as well lean into it. Because I just couldn't stop myself even if I tried, and I've tried. So now I don't try. Editing and fashion, are they congruent to each other? No, good question. They are not at all congruent to each other, not even a little bit. I went to school for science, and then I didn't want to do any of the jobs that were immediately available in science, so I didn't. And then eventually I got into science editing, which is relevant to my degree, but also didn't require a science degree. I could have done it with an English degree. And then fashion is completely different. I decided I didn't like the field of science, or at least not the jobs that were available to me. And so I said, screw it. I'm going to start a creative business going into fashion. So that's what happened there. Basically, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to actually spend my time doing. And I'd just gotten through a absolutely torturous university degree, because that was not an easy degree for me to get. But I finished it. And by the time I finished it, I hated it. I didn't want to be in that field anymore. And I realized that the one thing that this was also around the period when I realized I was ADD, and I realized the one thing, or one of the things that I could focus on and complete projects, because completing projects is one of those struggles if you have ADD a lot of the time. So I would start a lot of things and not complete them. But the one thing I could complete was fashion projects. I could complete fashion shows. I could complete charity fashion shows. I could complete big group fashion projects, like where a bunch of people got together and everyone ended up, you know, in a dress I had designed, and they would all like sew their own things, and it would be like a photo shoot or whatever. And I realized I could actually complete those projects start to finish. And I'm like, well, if this is the one area in my life where I can complete projects bigger than any other field in my life, even though I have a lot of fields, because I also knew I loved art, but I'm not good at finishing big artworks, like anything that gets too, that's why I do a lot of really quick watercolor sketches and that kind of paintings, because if I complete it in one session, it's done and I finished it. If it takes more than 2 or 3 sessions to complete a painting, oh boy, I'm probably never going to finish that. So I didn't want to do that as a career. You are lost. Give me your hand. Let me enlighten you like Buddha. Hey, lay it on me, Buddha. Enlighten me. I'm ready for the enlightenment, because right now I'm really mad at my day job and my business is not taking off yet. So, and it's not like I haven't been putting work into it for the past couple of years. So I'm kind of mad that my day job is fucking around before the business started being reliable. But it is what it is, and we're getting through it. Okay, Teach was killed. Did they both die in 1718, but separately historically? I thought one of them lived longer than the other. Both died in 1718. Oh my god, this show is gonna end so sad. It's not. They're totally not gonna kill them both off. But fuck, they could. They both died in 1718, holy shit. But Steve was born in 1688. When was Blackbeard born? 1680. Okay, no, so they were pretty close in age too, historically. Why did I think they weren't historically overlapping very much? I think the problem is that Blackbeard didn't become famous as Blackbeard until after 1717, whereas in the show it's implied that he's already famous as Blackbeard and has been doing it for a while. You need Buddha now more than ever, don't you? Yeah, I definitely meditate for sure. I love Zen Buddhism too. It's very interesting stuff. That kind of philosophy I really like. I find it very, you know, all that kind of live in the moment, non-attachment kind of stuff that sounds so simple, but in reality is so non-simple to implement. Why did I think these two were completely separate time periods? Or not completely separate. I knew they overlapped. But no, they overlapped way more than I thought. Minimalism, right? I'm the opposite of a minimalist, and I try very hard to be minimalist about things. But then I fill those empty spaces with stuff, both in a physical sense and in a mental sense. In a metaphorical sense. What about you? Do you like meditation and Buddhism? I'm also really mad that one of my introductions to Buddhism as a kid involved some of the more mystical parts of it, like kind of the stories about you know, like the stories where magic happens and fantasy stuff happens. And it's so, and I like basically discredited Buddhism as a kid of being something I was ever interested in. Because I'm like, it's just another wacky religion. Like, who cares? It's just another magic religion. And I like stopped researching it. But now that I've been looking at it from like Zen Buddhism and all this kind of other kind of spiritualism sides of it, I'm like, oh, all the wacky magic stuff is totally irrelevant. Like, that stuff can be completely thrown out and you can still talk about Buddhism in a very interesting, philosophical, spiritual way. And I'm like, why did no one ever explain it to me like that as a kid? I would have been super interested in this stuff as a kid. Because I was always interested in like meditation and things like that, and like the nature of, you know, the universe and consciousness and that kind of stuff. But yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah, it's not a particular person's problem, but America's as a whole. When buying phone, they buy the newest iPhone. Yeah, famous privateers, William Kidd. I've heard of William Kidd. I've never heard of Peter Easton. Yeah, the whole commercialism push in our society. I do think that's definitely a problem for sure. Oh, Edward Teach, Blackbeard, was a shrewd leader who spurned the use of violence. This is very interesting because in the show, he's portrayed as being historically, like in his past, kind of before the show starts, as being very violent. But then there's kind of a reveal where it's like the character himself has never killed anyone. He's just relied on other people to do killing for him. He just like, you know, tells people to kill people. And so that's interesting that's historical. I can't believe everything I read is like, this show is so much more historically accurate than I thought. They really researched this when they were writing it. Henry Morgan, Jean Lafitte. Ouch! You're a proponent of capitalism and commercialism. Religion is futile to you then. Oh, wow. That's a strong statement. First of all, I don't believe in religion because religion to me feels very much like believing in something that you can't know for sure. But philosophical understandings of the nature of the universe, I definitely have those. But no, I don't believe capitalism and commercialism are incompatible with a, do I want to say like spiritual? Do I want to say like enlightened? I don't know what word I want to say, but I don't think they're incompatible with a more balanced spiritual life, shall we say. I don't like the word spiritual, but I think it's the correct word here. Commercialism, maybe. I think commercialism is pretty problematic, but I think it could also be used in balance. Capitalism, I think, gets a bad rap for the way it's currently used in America and most of the Western society and most of modern society. But I don't think capitalism itself is like inherently a problem. Capitalism is just people taking things they have and trading them for things they want, right? Like, that's not inherently a problem. It's a problem when it gets governmentally regulated to support those who already have money and to damage those who do not already have money, which is currently the state of society, right? There's a bunch of poor regulations that were put in by people who were already rich to help other rich people, and it's kind of exacerbated itself, right? But I don't think capitalism is incompatible with a healthy society. I think our current version of capitalism is, because also our current version of capitalism is very predicated on work hours, and I think human work hours are going to become obsolete very quickly. Like, we were kind of seeing this already with AI. Like, if you give AI a couple decades, like maybe less than that, human work hours are going to be obsolete. And if we don't have an alternative income system, something like universal basic income, something like co-ops, something like there's a ton of ideas out there, right? But we need to start testing those systems far more aggressively, because yeah, a lot of the jobs that we currently have and the ways people make money are going to disappear, and the only way of making money is going to be owned by a couple people who happen to own the technology or own the servers or own the, you know, those computing resources. And it's going to become a big problem if we don't have a better way of distributing income when all the income is generated by one robot and one person owns that robot. So I don't believe that modern capitalism can survive the way it is going into the future with a healthy society. I think things need to change for sure. I think most people agree with that. Let's say one of your girlfriends likes the garment of the clothing line. Wouldn't I let her what? You love capitalism. It is a way of enlightenment. There's the opposite take. Oh, the timer went off. How did you get some good work done, Sid? I'll put it on break. 15-minute break. There we go. Come chat about capitalism and spiritualism and religion, and Buddha and clothing lines. See, we got it all. We got it all. What did I click here? There we go, break. Yeah, I think poorly regulated capitalism is a disaster, and that's what we currently have. So. Oh, this is so funny. In the show, Steve Bonnet runs his ship aground, and I don't know if he does in reality, but at least Blackbeard runs his ship aground historically. This is so funny. Got your work done for today? Yeah, good work. How's it going for me? It's going well. I'm just on like writing right now, and I'm on research mode right now, which is how I write. You'll hate me if you let this discussion continue. I actually guarantee you I won't. I think I've heard the phrase pro-conflict before. I love discussions and I love arguments, especially when someone's on the opposite side from me, and especially if they're like have something I can learn from, learn their perspective about. The only thing I don't like is when people are mean or like personal attacks or things that are kind of like rude or in bad faith or in bad taste. So as long as you're not like being a nasty person, you can pretty much present whatever argument you want here, and I will listen to it. Question, is the market really free? That's the thing. Right now we have badly regulated capitalism. So the market's not free at all. There's a whole bunch of bizarre regulations, some of which were well-intentioned and some of which were actively poorly intentioned by the people who put these regulations into practice. It's good. At least there's communication in a way. It's good to know each other's viewpoints. Exactly. You have great counter arguments, but you rather choose the mild ones. Well, if the mild ones don't work, choose the great ones. Let's hear them. Let's hear them all. Come at me, bro. I'm always down for an argument. It was so funny on my birthday last year. So one of my family members is a little bit, most of my family's kind of like me. We're really down to earth, kind of like realistic kind of people. One of my family members is a little bit out there. So like she kind of believes in some like alternative stuff. And the rest of the family's like, okay. And they just like ignore it, right? But we ended up in a discussion, and she's had her vaccine because my grandmother's old, and she knows the rest of the family wouldn't let her near my grandmother if she hadn't had her vaccine. But we ended up in a discussion about the COVID vaccine for my birthday for like an hour, and everyone else in the family is just like in another room because they don't want to, you know, they don't like arguing the way I like arguing. But my brother comes to me after that and just goes, so you had a good birthday there? And I'm like, oh, you got me a COVID denier for my birthday. You shouldn't have. Like, really, you shouldn't have. But yeah, it was funny. Again, I only ban people who are actively rude or mean, or like if you're going to say stuff that is like disavowing others' humanity or others' rights. Like if you're going to start like talking about how like you like Nazi rhetoric or something, like obviously that's not something I'm going to support because that's all been discussed before and I don't feel the need to discuss that here. But if you have like normal, reasonable viewpoints on something that might be vaguely abrasive, that's fine. If what you're saying is you want to go off about how some people don't deserve to exist, then yes, you should stop right now. But other than that, yeah, in general, it's pretty hard to offend me. It's human nature to be rude, nasty, and offensive. It's normal humans are hypocrites in general. Yes, I agree, but I don't agree that we can't do our best to avoid being rude, nasty, and offensive and hypocritical. I think all those things are to some degree inevitable, but I also think they can be counteracted and minimized by conscious good intentions to be nice to other people. And also, I don't believe that like being mean in an argument is in any way helpful to someone's argument, right? Like I don't think, you know, making personal attacks it's a logical fallacy, right? Like it's not helping your argument. So, you know what I mean? Use argumentative statements that are logical and not rude. Family debates never end well. You had a similar experience. Yeah, see, my family's usually pretty good about, like, even that discussion, you know, like I said, it was going for an hour. But like at the end of it, like we were still like okay with each other. And I'm inexhaustible when arguing. I will never stop. But I know other people do get tired. So there was a point where I could see she was, and usually you notice it because they start making worse and worse arguments, right? Like they just start getting emotional. And you're like, oh, you're getting tired now. Okay, I should tone this back. We're gonna like take this down and wind it up. Because like we're not in an argument anymore. You're just emotional and like upset because you're tired and this is exhausting. So like that's kind of where it got to, where it was like it was starting to get emotional, and I'm like, oh, okay, I think maybe you know, okay, you know, I've heard your points for tonight. Like, yeah, let's wrap it up for tonight, and we'll talk about it again some other time. And that's how it ended. And you know, we're still, family's all still good. We all still talk to each other and we're good with each other. Believe in a discourse where all derogatory terms are acceptable and open to be used at your disposal. Ah. You're an open person. You don't use a filter in your speech, and that's why your father and you usually disagree. It is break. Well, welcome, Sparkle Dream. How's everything going? Getting good stuff done. So, derogatory terms are one of those things where I think if you're calling someone a derogatory term in an argument, what is the point? Like, what is the point? Is it part of your argument? is it a personal attack that's separate from your argument? In which case, why are you... This is a separate... It's not about the argument anymore. It's just about you wanting to call people derogatory terms. If they, you know, if you disagree with them, or if you disagree with their ideals. And yeah, I don't agree with calling people derogatory terms. And I think if the only way you can hold a rigorous argument is by calling people derogatory terms, you probably need to expand your argumentative skills and capacity, because you're probably relying a lot on attacks rather than actual logical arguments. Because if you can't phrase your attack in a way that's not derogatory, what's your argument? Right? Like if you can't rephrase it in a way that doesn't use like offensive terms, for instance, what even is your argument? Fine, you gotta review the homework of the day since you weren't in school. I'm dainty though. The conversation is beyond your capability. I mean, I would disagree with that, but I would agree with the fact that I don't want to spend my time in a conversation that is where the other person wants to be offensive. That is not a place I enjoy spending my time. And yeah, if you want to have an argument that's interesting and perhaps even abrasive, that's different. But no, I don't want to spend my time with someone who just wants to call names. Monday took you out of being awake till 4 a.m. Couldn't physically go to school today. Yeah, you're on like trying to catch up. Offensive in a logical and orderly way, not just hurl cuss words in the air. Okay, so I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, is it... And I think this might come down to like the difference between a personal attack and an attack on a general behavior, right? If you're like, well, my problem is that people who believe this, I think, have this problem and aren't seeing it in this way. Whereas if you phrase it as, my problem with you is that you think this and therefore you're stupid, that's a completely different argument. And one of those is a lot stronger and one of those is a lot more just offensive for no reason, right? Like, make your argument general instead of specific to the person, and then it's not offensive anymore. Now it's just an argument. Now it's logical, right? So that's kind of where my line is, right? If you can explain it in a general way, where a general behavior or a general attitude or a general thought that's not related to the specific person you're talking to, that's more reasonable to me. Yeah, a good argument will never be a clash of ego. That's when things get a little out of hand. Exactly, right? Like when it's not about the people involved, when it's about the ideas, right? It's very difficult to be offensive when you're talking about ideas. And that's what I like. Like, I really like, I mean, not that people don't get offended all the time through those things, but if you're doing it properly and the other person is in a logical state of mind, not an emotional one, they're not going to be offended by your ideas, right? They're going to be open to hearing them, even if they disagree. Yeah, you love this conversation. Isn't it better to debate? That's kind of what I mean, right? Like, I'm not a fan of bringing like formal debate structure into things. I mean, there's a time and a place. I think some people get way too wrapped up in like formal debate structure, when really an argument can flow freeform much more effectively. But yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like, don't use logical fallacies. Like, don't use ad hominem attacks. Like, don't use bad debate etiquette, or, you know, technique in an argument, because like they're bad technique for a reason. I I see where we're going here. Coming to the discussion, Americans are getting away from spirituality. That is why the government banned abortion. So right off the gate, I'll start with I'm pro-choice. Again, like we were talking about drugs and alcohol, I'm very much in freedom of someone doing something that doesn't hurt others. They should be allowed to do it. And I do not feel that abortion scientifically hurts someone who has the right of being to donate their body to another's life in any other way. Even if someone is dying, no one is obligated to donate their organs to save someone else. So that's where my line is on that one. But yeah, no, you can bring up like pro-life arguments if you want. Like I said, as long as you don't start calling people like baby killers or like getting rude about it. You know what I mean? Like if you have arguments in support of your positions, you can bring them up here. And I'm going to put this out too. I know sometimes I have viewers, sometimes I'll get into a discussion about something controversial on this channel, and I will have viewers who don't want to be a part of those discussions. It doesn't happen all the time, but if you're a viewer who does not want to be part of a controversial argument, sometimes this channel does get into controversial arguments, and if that is not a safe place for you, you should definitely consider coming back at another time, because it doesn't happen very often on this channel, but it does happen sometimes. But always, always use your own judgment, and if you're watching a discussion or an argument about a topic that you don't want to be a part of, feel free to come back at a time when I'm talking about gay pirates again. And keep yourself mentally healthy. But yes, I'm not one of those channels who says no politics, no religion, no controversial topics, because I fucking love controversial topics. So feel free to be controversial, just don't be rude. You will not get banned from my channel for having a different viewpoint from me unless that viewpoint is, as I said before, actively harmful to other people. If you believe certain people should die or should be killed or should etc., then you're probably going to get banned. But if you just have different viewpoints on things, you won't get banned. Now, are you Christian? Would you say you're Christian? Gay pirates are a good topic to talk about. Just saying, right? Have you seen Our Flag Means Death? That's kind of where my inspiration for the story I'm writing right now is. That and Master and Commander, because I watched Master and Commander last night. And so I'm all about this kind of pirate kind of inspiration right now. You believe being spiritual and abortion are two different things. Fair point. I think a lot of people view them as separate, and a lot of people view them as integrally tied together, and I can see why both people can come at it from both sides. I think any decision that potentially involves damaging another living creature is something we need to consider ethically and morally and spiritually, potentially, right? Like in the sense that I'm not, like I said before, I'm not a spiritual person. I don't believe in things. I'm so atheist. I accept things when they have evidence behind them. And the evidence that I've seen is that the damage caused by not allowing abortions is so much higher than any potential damage caused by allowing abortions that I cannot in good conscience think that banning abortions would be a good thing, because it would cause so much damage to actual living people and the alternative does not cause damage in the same way from what evidence I've seen about the world. Being someone who is a vegetarian and doesn't like hurting things. Christian, how dare you? Calling you Christian is like saying F you. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. you have to give me, to be fair, that most people who are spiritually against banning it sounded like what you said was spiritually pro-life. And most people who are pro-life are Christian. Or some other mainline religion like that. So if that is not you, feel free to explain more about your actual thoughts. See, I wouldn't say that that phrase was being offensive. I think if someone said to me "fuck you" like as a directed towards me, yeah, that's offensive. If someone's just saying the phrase "f you," that's not going to be offensive to me. Like, not when it's not directed at a person. You watched a few episodes of Better Call Saul? The last season I haven't finished it off yet. I really, really want to finish Better Call Saul, but it's kind of one of those things I'm like excited for. So I'm kind of like waiting till the right moment when I'm like ready to just watch it. I haven't felt like I'm there yet because I know it's over and I'm sad that it's over. But I've heard it has a good ending, and so I'm like, I'm ready. I'm ready to watch it, but not quite yet. But I highly recommend Better Call Saul because it was the best thing on television. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I can understand someone not wanting to be called a religion that they're not. That's totally fair. And that's why I asked too. I asked, "Are you Christian?" I didn't assume. It's good to chat. You don't see where it's going, but you got a thick skin. Well, yeah, if you're off to other things, that's fine. If you do want to continue discussing, feel free. Yeah. Like I said, I'm always up for interesting discussions. But I didn't really get much of what your points were, I guess, is where I'm at. I feel like I tried to be pretty clear on what my points were. But it's a good discussion, so feel free to continue. Feel free to pause if you're off to other things. Feel free to come back later. Oh, look at. Hey, Sparkle Dream, good self-awareness. You got what you said. It's fine. You notice you don't have the capacity to explain why it's offensive, and therefore, yeah, you're like, no, okay, I guess I can see why it was not offensive. Fuck, I love this channel. Good job, team. You guys are fucking awesome. See, and this is why I really like hosting controversial discussions, because I love them so much and I'm really good at not getting emotionally involved. I hope and I strive to maintain an atmosphere where others can watch a discussion without getting emotionally upset about a controversial topic. So that's my goal, is to host that kind of a discussion. Sometimes, not all the time, but where people can look logically at something and maybe be exposed to something they hadn't considered in the same way. You're an atheist yourself. That's like the best part, right? Let's get back to Alan Watts. We had great discussions about Alan Watts. Yes, right? Good old Alan Watts. Back to Zen Buddhism, right? You might be wrong, but to have an abortion has a number of factors behind it. And at a spiritual level, it will be considered a harm. But also bringing that individual and making them suffer is a bigger harm. That's a valid point. So both ways has pros and cons. Correct. You love simplicity. Tell me why your legislative branch kept itself away from banning abortion or not. My legislative branch? Do you mean like whatever government body I support? In general, I'm not sure if this is what you're asking, but the answer I think I have for this question is the governments I support do not ban abortion. I'm from Canada. Because why did they keep themselves away from banning abortion? They kept themselves away from banning abortion, the governments that I support and that I agree with, because they agree with the same points I agree with, in that it is not harming a life that could otherwise survive on its own. And if that life could survive on its own, now it's a baby, right? Like there's a point where abortions don't happen anymore because you can just take the baby out of the womb and it's a baby now. If that's impossible, it's not a baby yet. It's a proto life that can't survive. It's not dying because you killed it. It's dying because it can't survive on its own. And that's unfortunate, but it's not like things die all the time that we can't save everything. If we do everything we can to save a baby who's maybe born prematurely or is at a later stage kind of thing, but is out of the womb now for whatever reason, that should be attempted to saved. But at the point when most abortions occur, it is so early on that potential life could never survive on its own. Because they are pro-life, that's a lame argument. Who's pro-life? They know damn well where the country is going. That's why immigration is on the rise. I do. So this is an interesting thing. I do agree that immigration is on the rise because the birth rate is very low. I don't agree the way to raise the birth rate is to ban abortion. I think trying to raise the birth rate by banning abortion is such a bad solution to the problem, because you don't result in happy, healthy individuals who grow up in a family that wants them. You end up with a bunch of and this is scientifically proven. There's been studies that looked at places that banned abortion and like the children that come out of this environment versus the children that came out of the environment before it was banned or after it was banned, or et cetera, different time periods. And you can see that you do not result in a happy, healthy society of people by banning abortion. You often result in a lot of children who did not grow up in ideal circumstances because they were born in a circumstance that was not ready for them. I do think there are better ways to solve the low birth rate problem, which I do agree is a problem in modern society, because it's basically becoming a problem everywhere around the globe. I don't think banning abortion is the best solution to that in a practical or a moral sense. I think things like making it cheaper to have kids. I think things like making it cheaper to raise kids, cheaper to feed kids, clothe kids, help them go to school. I think all of that stuff. I think fixing the real estate crisis in Western society right now would go a long way to improving the birth rate. Like, people can't afford an apartment with more than one room on a dual income in many cities in the world. Like, they're not going to have a baby if they can't, even have a bedroom to themselves. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's all right to step back in an argument if you feel like you don't have enough knowledge. It's very valid, but sometimes people don't do that. Yes, exactly. Like, if you're at a point where you're like, oh, I've never considered this topic, or I don't know much about this, just say that and be like, oh, I don't really know. I'm going to have to think about it. I'm going to have to research it. I'm going to have to look this up. I don't really have an opinion on that. You just self-contradicted yourself. You are pro-life, and so is your government, if in USA. I don't know much about Canada. So, I think I disagree with this. I'm not sure what part I self-contradicted. I'm Canadian, I'm pro-choice, and my government is pro-choice in Canada. And also, the majority of the government is pro-choice in America, despite the repeal of Roe versus Wade recently. I haven't looked too closely into that. I know there's like things happening right now in America that are concerning, but the majority of the American legal system is generally pro-choice. There are very specific places in America that are very vocally pro-life, and those they frequently make a larger stand than they actually are population-wise in America. But yes, I do agree that the pro-life faction is very large in America. I don't think it's the majority, but I would have to look that up. I actually don't know the statistics on that. Better ways like banning condoms. Yeah, so again, if you have unwanted children, that really doesn't solve the low birth rate problem in a long-term functional way. It just creates other problems. You talk the talk, try walking the walk. What would you consider to be walking the walk? Oh, in 1716, Hornigold placed Teach in charge of a sloop he had taken as a prize. That's the time point. Here we go. And Sparkle Dream says it would be nice if you could answer their question. They're really invested in this conversation. See, I like these conversations because it does get people like invested and involved. It's like interesting, right? But yeah, if you're gonna say things like you contradicted yourself, or try walking the walk, like my advice would be to try to be more detailed about what you mean, because like I was also confused by both of those statements, right? It's better to make society safe for living rather than banning things. So, I mean, I think sometimes, like, I understand what you're saying. I think that's maybe an oversimplification, because sometimes to make society safe, you do have to ban things. Like we ban murder, for instance. Like if someone stabs another adult, that's banned. But that's where all those really fine lines come in, where it's like, where is the line? And that's a valid question. Like, where is the line on killing someone versus abortion? Right? But yeah, in general, I think, if there's something someone wants to do with their own body, and I feel that abortion does fall under this, and I understand that some people don't feel that it's their own body anymore, but I do feel that, like I said before, we don't mandate organ donation to keep someone else alive. Why would this be different? What is the difference between organ donation and organ donation of a uterus? And in this case, I don't feel that banning it would help. And also, one of the most interesting things about some of these topics, for instance, especially banning things that people want to do, if you ban abortion, abortion rates go up. When you don't ban abortion, when abortion is accessible, abortion rates go down. So technically, if you're what's the word I'm looking for, like a practicalist, like an absolute there's a phrase for this, like someone who's like absolutely about maximizing value, like their objective. If you actually want the number of abortions to go down, you should be pro-choice, because the number of abortions statistically go down in pro-choice places and go up in pro-life places. Even in places where that goes back and forth, you can see the rates go up and down. So basically, and this is obviously like related to sociocultural factors, but basically the factors that come along with a society where you're allowed to talk about abortion and discuss birth control lead to less need for abortions. And the societies where none of this is discussable, where you are not allowed to ever consider an abortion, where you are not allowed to ever consider frequently all the other types of birth control that go along with that type of society, leads to much greater rates of abortion. So, practically, being pro-life doesn't actually even work very well. Yeah, absolutely agree. I believe a woman should have the right to her own body. Right? We kind of generally accept that people have the rights to their own bodies and should have the choice to or not to make an abortion. You're talking like freedom is the cure of all things. Like a researcher who's finding a cure for HIV is right, and a junkie who kills an infant for drugs is right too. So, okay, so that's a little bit like non sequitur even. Like there's a bunch of kind of logical fallacies this kind of falls into, but like mostly like this is just non-related. Like, no, I didn't say freedom is the cure for all things. I explicitly said sometimes to make society safe, we do have to ban things like murder. So yeah, no, a junkie who kills an infant for drugs is committing a murder. That baby would continue to be alive if they hadn't murdered it. So yeah, no, I don't think absolute freedom or anarchy is the solution. I think comparing freedom and then saying a researcher finding a cure for HIV and a junkie killing an infant is like so wild and broad of points that it leaves I'm trying to phrase this in the most concise way. I feel like it leaves a lot of meaning kind of not clarified as to what your point is. And the thing is, it doesn't even stop abortion. It just makes abortion very unsafe for many desperate people. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point about the practical sense, is that banning abortion doesn't stop abortion in the same way that, you know, making drugs illegal doesn't stop people doing drugs. It just makes it more unsafe. And while there's some things we do have to ban, like you can't go around stabbing people, even if, you know, people still do it, sure. But we do ban it for a reason, because it's not acceptable. But banning things that do not impact other people, i.e. abortion, and the debate is whether there is another person impacted or not. My opinion is that there isn't. Yeah, it doesn't really work very well, because people want to be in control of their own bodies. I still don't get you. Yeah, no, I mean, feel free to elaborate more. Like I said, like that particular example was very very broad. We had a researcher curing HIV and we had a junkie killing an infant. So right away, the statement of a junkie killing an infant is very like that's a very aggressive emotional example, and it feels like a play to emotion. Like freedom can't be the answer, because if we had absolute freedom, junkies would just kill babies. And it's like, I agree with that. I don't agree we should have absolute freedom, because I don't agree junkies should be allowed to kill for drugs. So kind of what is your actual argument? If it's not absolute freedom is bad, because I agree absolute freedom doesn't work and isn't an ideal. Who cares about exceptions? Are you Canadian? I think exceptions are an important point to consider in any, I don't remember what this is in relation to, but in general, I would say exceptions are important to consider in any moral, philosophical, or legal argument, because there's always something that's gonna toe the line of why that decision was made in the first place. For instance, if a baby can survive outside of the womb, but the owner of said womb no longer wants to donate that organ anymore, should that baby be attempted to be resuscitated and like cared for? I agree, yes. Like if that baby could survive outside of the womb and you extract it from the womb, medical science should do its best to keep that baby alive. In the overwhelming majority of cases of abortion, they occur so early on that that is a complete impossibility with our current medical science. And perhaps in the future, when we have medical science that could support a baby from conception to birth in an artificial womb environment or by a embryo transplant or something like this, potentially, yeah, like maybe that fetus should be transplanted into an artificial environment and preserved. That would absolutely be a debate for when that technology is available. But as it is not currently, and most abortions are done at a stage when that fetus could not possibly survive on its own, I feel that no one should have to donate their organs without consent. Are you Canadian? I am Canadian, yes. And there's things that have to be weighted differently for certain reasons. Yeah, exactly. Like weighting things, you can't weight everything the same. Because you need different solutions for different situations. Absolute freedom works with regulations and laws in place. So, I don't know if that was intentionally supposed to be like contradictory. Because yeah, absolute freedom with regulations and laws in place is not absolute freedom. But yes, I agree. Regulations and laws in place that strive towards the most freedom possible is a good idea. Absolute freedom, I don't think so. You basically end up with anarchy. Canada's USA's bitch. All right, so I mean that's not even an argument. That's just a vaguely insulting statement that has no backing. So I can't argue with that because you're just insulting Canada, and I like Canada. I think America, as a world power, can absolutely be discussed from other places. I think anyone in the world has the right to discuss any other country in the world, especially when that country makes decisions that affect the entire world very frequently. You could say on a constant basis with America, their decisions generally impact the whole globe every day. So everyone in the world has a vested interest in discussing America. Cheers! Actually, I'm gonna go boil my hot water because my tea's almost out. Be right back. Turn on some lights too. The conversation is very interesting. You learn a lot about people on here, right? So true. You're American. Frederick, Maryland, born and raised. Very nice. I've never been to Maryland. I've been all up and down the west coast of America, and I've been to a lot of random places in America because I've kind of driven across, like down to Tennessee, and then I went to New York once, and so kind of like random places. I've been to, I've been through Florida. I've been through, other states, like on planes and stuff. But most of my time in America I spent on the West Coast and in New York. You like Canada? I do like Canada. I think Canada's generally a nice place to live, and they don't do a terrible job at government. They don't do the best job at government, but who does? There's problems everywhere in the world. Like I said, capitalism as a modern societal structure needs an overhaul globally. You like Canada's federalism? Like I said, I think Canada's government has a lot of problems, but I think every government on earth has problems, and I think Canada's holding itself together pretty well right now. We're not having some of the worst issues that other countries have dealt with in recent years. And I'm talking about, like, developed nations that have had big government struggles. Yeah, and every country faces different kinds of problems, so things are interrelated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Prime Minister is hilarious. Is he even a man to take seriously? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I'm okay with our current Prime Minister. I'm pretty mad about some of the stuff he said he was going to do and then didn't do. For one, electoral reform. He ran on a campaign of electoral reform and then immediately said, no, we're not doing that because I got in, so fuck that. The country doesn't want that. And it's like, the country did want that. That's why they voted you in, you asshole. So I was really mad about that. But he's also done some really good stuff for the country. And in general, I think he's doing a pretty decent job. I think there's definitely some problems there. But again, I like him a lot better than Harper. Harper was an absolute mess of a Prime Minister, and I very greatly disliked Harper and the way he ran things. So, yeah, that's kind of my 30-second opinion of the recent Canadian government. So true. In Germany, even your government has a lot of problems, even though you're on a better end than many other countries. Right? Like, every country is gonna know where the problems are. Can we say humankind, not mankind? Yes, we can say humankind. Oh, my water's boiled. Oh, I don't think I ever flipped the timer because it just dropped past 15, which means it was on 45, which means it was on a work timer, not a break timer. Ooh, well, I'll flip it over to work now. Humankind is something that should be a global thing. Yeah, exactly. Like the whole human race, right? Yeah, and I kind of generally try to curate political and philosophical ideas that do good for the whole of not only humanity, but the whole of the living world. You're just mocking the PM's dialogue. He is not a man enough. So I disagree that he's not a man enough. I agree that he has some problems. I think calling a politician not a man enough doesn't really get you anywhere, because what about those politicians that aren't men at all? Like, is that now a requirement to be a politician? Because that seems like it's not really a fair requirement. If we removed our political leaders and media, the world would be better. I agree very much that if we had better regulations around political media, the world would be better. I think the fact that politicians are able to accept donations from, and this is really bad in America, but it's bad in other places too, from like political lobby groups and commercial lobby groups and industrial lobby groups, can basically buy a politician. I think that's a huge problem and is one of the biggest problems in particularly American politics, but also politics all over the rest of the world. Any politician, my suggestion is that any politician who reaches a certain amount of support, like if you have, so many people who are you reach some sort of threshold level of support. Like, it's not like I'm going to run for president and like you're like no one likes you. But if you reach maybe 1,000 people who are in support of you, there should be some sort of fund that all political, what's the word I'm looking for? People who are in the running for a campaign, like all potential. What can I think of the word? The people who are being elected, the potential choices for election. There should be a funding that is distributed to all of those people who reach some sort of criteria, and there could be rounds of funding too, right? Like, so if you have the first round where anyone who reaches 1,000 supports, gets this baseline level of funding to run a campaign, and then in a couple of months you have to like reach a different level of support. Now you have to prove that you have 10% of the electorate is interested in voting for you in order to get the next level of funding, and everyone else gets dropped off. And then, you could do a system like this where the funding comes directly from the government and gives politicians funding to run a campaign, because you do need funding to run a campaign. Even if you're the best politician in the world and everyone agrees with what you say, if they can't hear what you say, they're not going to support you because they don't know you exist. You do need funding to run a campaign. The fact that politicians' funding currently comes from donors who have their own private special interests at heart is a huge problem, and that funding should come from the general tax pool, because these politicians are running campaigns for the country. The country is supporting them. The country's going to end up paying whoever's elected anyways. Why not pay to make sure whoever is elected without outside influences? Like, that would be a good use of taxpayer money to get lobbying out of politics. I don't know if anyone else agrees with that, but I just think that's one solution. There's other solutions. But yeah, lobbying is a huge problem. Money in politics is a huge problem. You're watching the news about how Sikhs are creating problems in your country, in my country, Canada. Yeah, I mean, there's different cultural groups that create problems in every country. I haven't actually seen anything about Sikhs creating problems. Usually Sikhs are very benign. They're one of those cultural groups that's usually very they get a lot of like flack because they have like a very visible religious symbol, like usually they wear turbans, but they're actually a pretty benign cultural group. Usually they're not one of the cultural groups that is generally at odds with Western culture, shall I say. At least in Canada, generally they tend to fit in well with Western ideals from what I've seen in Canada. But I am unaware of what the current issue is that's ongoing that you've mentioned, so I can't speak to that. There are other cultural groups in Canada that are causing some issues. I would agree. I don't know if Sikhs are one of the bigger issues. But yes, there is definitely cultural clashes when you have large immigration pools. And I think that's something that needs to be tackled in more of a way than just saying like, everyone get along. It's like, well, okay, these are cultural groups that have very different values. Like, we need to actually address that. We've gotten to a point where many politicians don't even know what they're talking about, since they often don't even have knowledge on the topic. Yeah, it's terrifying to know that people like this have power over the rules, and therefore the people in this country. Yes, I also agree that nepotism in politics is a huge problem, and you can absolutely apply that criticism to Canada's current Prime Minister. The fact that the only people who, and this goes for most fields, right? Like, this isn't just a politics thing. This is like anyone who does really well in business, anyone who does really well in celebrity, anyone who does really well in any of these top fields, there's frequently a nepotism component, because the only people who know how to get to the top are people who've had support and advice and training from childhood in order to reach the top levels of these careers, whether that's politics or being a movie star, right? Like, the people who get there are the people who had help from people who'd already done it. And the fact that very few politicians come from a completely apolitical childhood, like a childhood where they don't have any family members in politics, is a big problem. Like, that's a huge problem. my chat's scrolling weird. But if we would immediately delete them, I think you mean like fire them, get rid of them. We would also end up in a huge panic since we wouldn't have time to replace them with people of knowledge. Yeah, so I don't think the solution is like fire all current politicians, right? Like that's not really a solution in a practical or a logical sense, like in a solution-oriented sense. This, you know, net alone being completely impractical in a real-world sense. I think what we need to do is start things like getting that kind of funding I was talking about earlier out of politics, like finding a different way to fund electoral campaigns so that politicians who want to get there without corporate funding have a chance. Because right now, if someone refuses to accept that kind of corporate funding, but it's bribes, they don't have a chance at succeeding at the top levels, because the people who are at the top levels are accepting that kind of money, and that kind of money makes a difference. So if we don't level the playing field, the people who aren't accepting bribes can't possibly compete. And like, that's our system. Our system is you have to accept bribes to win. Like, that's a problem. You agree? In your country, 60% have serious cases. Benign, you heard they keep a knife up their holster? What? What are we talking about? Yeah, your country is facing serious crises with the current government. Oh, you're talking about the Sikhs. They keep a knife machete up their holsters. Do you mean holsters? What do you mean by holsters? But also that sounds like very much like a non-factually based kind of fear-based talking point. Like, I heard they keep a knife. Okay, is that an argument or like a scary claim? As already stated, as a German, you're pretty well off with the government, but over time it's getting worse and worse and hard to go unnoticed. You just think you should have a standard exam for people who wanted to get into politics, and then we might not completely erase the problem, but curtail them. So I don't know if I can agree with that, because to be quite fair, most people at the highest level of politics in most countries today are very educated, right? Like, they have been to the best schools, usually in their own respective countries. They have usually been to law school. Like, there's, you know, that whole kind of like poli-sci to law school to government pipeline. They're not uneducated. One of the biggest problems is that the world of information has expanded because I got 2 points here, and remind me to get back to the second one. My first point is that the world of information has expanded so insanely rapidly in the last 100 years that no politician could possibly be expected to know everything, right? Like, it's not a reasonable expectation to have one person know everything about everything that, you know, someone in charge of an entire country might have to make a decision on, or even in charge of an entire state or province or anything, right? Like, the amount of potential topics that are going to come up is so huge. We do need to have a team of people working with any given politician. Like, they do need to be supported by a team. Like, they should have a science minister. They should have, you know, an education minister. Like, these positions should be the ones who are responsible for informing this government to make these decisions. Like, it should be made as a group discussion, not as an individual choice. I'm also a huge fan of the fact that we have the technology now that the populace could literally vote on decisions way more frequently than we currently do. Like, it doesn't need to be like a constant thing, but the fact that we use politicians at all is because in a democracy, it's inefficient to make everyone go to a poll every day for every decision that our government makes, right? They make, you know, hundreds of decisions every day. That doesn't make sense. Every human being in the country doesn't need to vote on every one of those decisions. It's impractical and doesn't make sense. So what we do, our current system, we elect someone to make those decisions for us, who generally represents our interests. We choose which politician represents most of our interests, and we say, you make these decisions for me, right? But for big issues now, we have the technology where everyone could literally just vote, right? Like we don't need to have one politician who was elected by frequently, especially in Canada, and I think in a lot of other countries, a technical minority, right? If you have multiple people running for government and someone can get in while still having less than 50% of the vote, right? Because they still had the majority, but it was a minority of the population. Maybe they had 40% of the vote, or sometimes way less. But because of the way who else was running, they still won. Why are they making big decisions for the entire country when you could literally just get the entire country to do a vote? Like, we have this technology. And I understand there's a lot of security risks on this kind of thing, but I also feel like there's security risks on any of this. Like, give the people the chance to actually vote on these decisions each time, individually. It's possible now. It never was before, but it is now. So let's look at it. What was my second point? My second point was, what were we talking about? Okay, so you're talking about democracy. Yeah, exactly. We need democracy. What was my second point? I had a second point. Okay, I'll just continue the chat. It's not like that in Germany at all. You have ministers that never did anything educational-wise on the topic, but they have a person they pay to gain this knowledge, but only while they already enforce the rules. So interesting. So you have people in Germany in high government positions who did not do a bachelor's degree, like who did not go to college or did not do like a law degree or a political science degree or a, you know, those are the most common degrees in Canada where people go into politics, and America. But there, you know, you could do any degree and go into politics. But most people in high levels of politics did a degree at university. So they have some sort of general knowledge, because getting any degree at a university level implies you've also taken quite a few courses in general things. Like you've taken courses in English, you've taken courses in reading, you've taken courses in science. Most degrees require at least a couple courses in everything. I don't agree that a political science degree should be required. I think that would absolutely limit who could go into politics, and that should not be limited. I don't think any degree should be required. I think the ability to represent a country and make decisions for a populace should not be predicated on having any particular education. I think in practice, it works out that the people want to elect have education. So I think that kind of solves itself. But I don't think it should be mandated. I think that's one of those things that should be freedom to choose who you want to elect. It's in their religious practice. Oh, I know what you're talking about. There's like a ceremonial knife or something. This is like so rarely involved in crime, that ceremonial knife, that it is absolutely like a scare point. Like it comes up when people want to be like, they have a knife. And I'm trying to remember right now. I might be getting some of this wrong, but I'm pretty sure like its actual application in crimes is like negligible or like completely like below the line of every other like possible way to commit a crime. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those things where like normally the people who actually have this knife do not use it in a problematic way. It's pretty, again, benign. Sikh is a religion. You can look it up. It's it gets conflated a lot with religions like Muslim and kind of other Middle Eastern religions, but it is its own distinct religion. Yeah, there's a lot of other factors that play into being a successful politician, but in general, education is not always required. Yeah, so I mean, I still can't remember my other point, but I think I was going to say something like having that amount of information required to make these decisions. Any politician should be reliant on well-educated sources who are specialists in their field, right? Like, and I think that's one of the problems America has, where you'll see on a politician getting advice from someone who's maybe a scientist or maybe a doctor, but not in the right field. And so they're giving this information that's like sounds very authoritative and very accurate and very technical and fancy, but like actually this is like a dermatologist. Why are they talking on climate change? Like, this is not their field of speciality. You might as well have had anyone, but you're presenting it as if it's a scientist or a doctor or a researcher who's an expert, but they're not. And that happens a lot in America, and it happens in other countries too, where it's like, you're just using appeal to authority. Who the hell is this? Get someone who actually knows what they're talking about. Sikhs have played an important role in Indian history. They were a warrior class. They always fought for themselves and they had 10 gurus. Yeah, they also get confused with like other Indian religions sometimes as well. And I'm not an expert about them. I can't really tell you much more than that. Oh, I should flip this timer. Okay, we'll put it on break mode. Should figure out what I want to eat. I do want to eat something. You see, I love these kind of discussions where people are learning about, you know, the different political structures around the world and like different religions they didn't know about before. And I love this kind of discussions. You guys are so great. Thanks for being here, everyone. Did we chat through the whole working time? Yeah, pretty much. We're on break now. And I should probably actually do some writing next period. Probably. I'm so mad I had another point and I can't remember what it was. It might have been something to do with education, might have been something to do with politics. I don't think it was something to do with religion. I think it might have been something to do with lobbying. Or like the political structure. Political reform. I'm just talking out loud now to see if I can think of it, what it was. I'm one of those people who can sometimes regain my train of thought if I just start talking out loud. You also love this. It puts a lot into perspective, right? And also, yeah, just like hearing from different people around the world and different ideas and viewpoints. I love integrating and absorbing new viewpoints and how other people think about things. Also, if you like this kind of discussion, make sure you go join the Discord because we have a philosophy board on the Discord and other channels on the Discord and lots of places to chat and post about this kind of interesting ideas and discussions. If you find a cool article or a cool YouTube video about this kind of stuff, feel free to post it. Or if you want to post your own thoughts. And on the completely opposite structure of this conversation about high-minded politics and religion and philosophy, on Friday on Discord, we're doing a Fast and the Furious party. So if you like the exact opposite of this kind of measured intellectual discussion, come watch all 9 Fast and Furious movies at the same time with me this Friday on Discord. So yeah, remember how we said multi-passionate? There we go. Indian structure is quite complicated at all levels. That I think I've heard before. It works well only because of good bureaucrats working. That's good if it's working well right now for you and you can say that. I think that's excellent. Oh, it's so funny. So I'm living in Italy right now, right? I moved here a couple months ago. And it's just so funny hearing about Italian government, because Italian government is kind of notorious for being kind of inefficient and like not like corrupt anymore, but like sometimes a little bit corrupt. And like just like the Italian government's kind of not generally considered one of the ideal Western governments, but it is still like, you know, a functioning Western European government, right? So of all jokes aside, it is obviously a functioning Western, first, you know, developed world government. What was my joke I was gonna say about the Italian government? Oh, okay, it was about how Italy got like a grant from the EU or something to spend a bunch of money. Like basically, I don't know the details, but the way it was explained to me was like, this is basically free money to spend on infrastructure, right? To like, you know, modernize your infrastructure, your government, things like this, right? Like your country is behind in these things and you've been the lucky reward, you know, recipient of this money that was put aside to help modernize parts of the EU, and Italy needs it. So you get a big chunk of this money. Italy's bureaucracy was so bad that they couldn't decide how to spend the money. So they had all this free money basically get like, I don't know if it got like expired or taken away or like it just never got used. But basically this money that was designed to help streamline their bureaucracy got tied up in bureaucracy and didn't get used. And this is very much like a second or third hand story here. Like, don't quote me on this. But I'm sure if you looked this up, there would be some sort of something to support what I'm saying, because I got it from an intelligent person who is Italian. So anyways, just be grateful your country's government isn't so bad it can't spend free money. Canada would get into this problem. Canada would absolutely get into that problem because Canada's bad at making decisions. We just go round in circles sometimes, but we generally don't when there's free money involved. We generally get money spent. America spends more money than they have. Canada sometimes too. So true. Talking about serious topics and then Fast and the Furious. You will like it, trust me. Yeah. We got it all on this channel. We got it all. What do you want? You want gay pirates? What do you want? You want philosophical discussion? What do you want? Politics? What do you want? Fast and the Furious? You can have it all. There was also one politician who was elected, I don't know how long ago, but previously in the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years or something, maybe earlier, who was elected in Italy on a platform of cutting through the bureaucratic red tape. Like his whole platform was to start minimizing some of the red tape in Italy because it's known as an insanely bureaucratic company. Like you want to do something, you got to fill out 5 forms at 3 different departments and then wait for them all to like send the form to each other and then wait for them to get back to you. And it's like, you know, that kind of like comical bureaucracy red tape. And so someone was elected on a platform of trying to get rid of that like 10 years ago. And I don't know how successful they were because there's a lot of it still, but maybe it was worse 10 years ago. We got everything. We want writers. Yeah, let's do writing. Pirates. Back to pirate research now. Oh my god, I opened up the wrong Word document and I'm like, where are all my notes? Why aren't my notes here? Where are all my notes I already took? And I was just in the wrong document. Ah, way to scare yourself. We have writers. Where? Here. What's everyone writing? What's everyone up to? Okay, so Stede Bonnet's ship was called the Revenge, and Blackbeard's ship was called the Queen Anne's Revenge. So they're not very creative, these pirates. Or they're not very original, shall we say. Okay, see, this is just like accurate to the show. Stede Bonnet set sail for the Republic of Pirates, but was seriously wounded en route, and then met Blackbeard. That's like straight up in the show. God, I cannot believe how historically accurate this show actually is when it pretends to be like absolute like comedy, like just absolute we made this shit up comedy. You are writing books that you'll probably never publish, but they exist. That's cool too, right? Like a lot of the stuff I write, I never publish anywhere. I never post anywhere. I just sometimes reread it myself, and that's about it. So that's totally fair. The Indian government spent the last 3 years feeding the underfed. For €15, you could have a month's rations. That sounds good. That's good, right? Like that was a positive? That sounds excellent. Your neighbor is setting up a beehive? That is cool. I've been super psyched about my lemon trees outside because they've had bees since they've been blossoming. The one that had all the blossoms just had bees going for weeks straight. And then the other two that had moderate levels of blossoms, they didn't do as well as the first tree. They also started getting bees a couple weeks ago. So it's been really nice to see all the bees on my patio. These histories are so funny. Bonnet was tempted to resume piracy after his pardon, but didn't want to lose his pardon, so he adopted an alias and changed his ship's name. Then he died anyways. How did he die? He was the one who was hanged, yeah. Fucking idiots. I wonder if we're going to see more of this in the next season. Some of this historical stuff, like changing his name or, you know, adopting an alias and stuff like this. So, I actually can't believe how much of the historical record they've already covered. Because, like, basically these two lead characters of this show die in the next year, historically speaking. And so it's like, what is the show going to do? A, they've run out of material, historical material. Not that they had problems coming up with their own material. But B, they're both supposed to die. You're rereading them and you're like, yeah, that's good. I like this. And then you're like, oh yeah, I guess I'm biased because I wrote it. I do that all the time, but I don't care. Like, if I wrote it, it's because I did like it. Like, because sometimes you reread your stuff and you think you hate it and you're like, oh God, that's awful. So anytime I reread something and I like it, I'm happy because I'm sure you've also had the experience where you reread something and you're like, oh God, what is that? Oh, did I write that? So always be proud when you reread something and you're like, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Because, yeah, you did that. I dare you to publish and be the famous Italian-Canadian author you deserve to be. Right? Yes. See, that's the thing. Like I said before, I'm really bad at writing long form. I'm only good at writing short form, at least at this point in my life. So at some point, who knows, that could be short stories collection. At some point, who knows, that could be, I could actually end up writing something long form. But at this point, I definitely can't write anything long form, and all of my stuff is way too disjointed from each other. Like, any individual story is fine, but it's not like collectionable with any other story. So I just publish online, and you can actually publish short stories on Amazon for money. So you don't make much money. I've only done a couple, but yeah. So always feel free to publish your work on Amazon KDP, even if you think it's not good. There's a lot of garbage out there on Amazon. The more you publish, the more it will bring in, and always add it to those. There's like an Amazon KDP system where you can add it to like collections where they like collect a bunch of works into a collection and sell that. And if your work is in that collection and it sells, you get a tiny fraction of that price, right? And so it's not a lot of money, but it sells more than if it was just on its own from an unknown author, right? Because it's in a collection. So I definitely recommend looking into that if you write at all and you would like to. I think I've made a couple cups of coffee worth of money from Amazon KDP, but that's about it. Like, you know, a couple dollars, maybe once or twice a year, not very frequently. But it's also one of those things where I've only published a couple things. If you publish a lot of things, you start building recognition, and then people buy more of your stuff, and then they see more of your stuff. And also just, it's like numbers. If you have more things publishable, you have more things that might make money. And then you make more money. But it is a grind. If you try and do it as a career, it's a grind, because you just have to write and publish and publish and write and publish and publish. So that's why I don't do it as a career. Break is done. Back to work. Let's set that timer. What should I eat for dinner, guys? Finally getting some dinner. Yeah, we're on a writing stretch now. We're gonna do some writing. I'm gonna make dinner. Oh, I'm also gonna run an ad because it's been more than an hour. I need a better system here. I eat a hot dinner usually. Should probably go look in my fridge and see what's available. Okay, good. My Instagram posted. All right. Options. Noodles with tomatoes and pepper seasoning. Yeah, like just some pasta, right? I do like noodles. I love pasta. Especially at dinner. You never eat dinner. Okay, I'm gonna go check and see what food I have. Let me see if I have. I know I have pasta, so like I can always do that. I'm gonna see if anything catches my eye, my eye and inspires me. Be right back. Okay, nothing is inspiring me. I'm gonna do a deeper look and maybe start something. I'll be back. Hey, Tanshi, how are you? Seaweed salad, that does sound good. I think I'm doing sushi tomorrow. I haven't had sushi yet since I've been in Rome, so I'm excited to go try out a sushi restaurant. Has good reviews, because Asian food in Europe can be hit or miss. Can be good. There can be good restaurants, but a lot of times it's miss. It's 12:30 at night. Seeing this chat's craving your own hunger for food. Not late as it's 9 p.m., but you literally just grabbed a bag of chips. Yeah, this is not a meal. This is cheese and crackers, but that's where I'm at right now. And then we'll see if I'm hungry for real food later. I should also take a Tylenol. I feel like I have a proto headache. I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know why. I don't normally get headaches very frequently. Don't be you. Eat healthy. Indian food is so good. I love Indian food. Indian food's actually on my list of restaurants. I need to find a good Indian restaurant in Rome. I haven't had Indian here yet. You ate so much chocolate today. You had time on your hands because you didn't go to school, so you just ate chocolate instead. I love it. And sadly, you don't have very accurate Indian in Germany. Yeah. Seaweed salad does sound good. You tend to buy curry from a shop much further away because that stop's better, I take it. Oh, you're eating it right now. Jelly. You have an Indian friend, and every time you eat at their house, you're in heaven. Oh, lucky. Oh, I need a knife for this cheese. Oh my god, I'm so excited that I'm doing this research right now because you know how I was just talking about those female pirates? One of the pirates in the show is named Calico Jack Rackham. He's like a character in the show already. And he was one of his lovers was, which one of these? Anne Bonny or Mary Read. One of them. Anyways, he's canonically, like historically connected to one of these female pirates I was talking about, which means they very, very easily could show up in the show next season. And I am so here for that. I'm very psyched that there's actually like a legit, because I was hoping they'd pull them in anyways, but there's a legitimate historical connection with a character who already exists in the show. So please give me my historical female pirates. I'm ready for it. Do it. I would actually be disappointed and surprised if they do not bring them in, because after realizing how historically researched this show actually is. So now I'm expecting to see them. It's also really funny because Calico Jack in the show is like an asshole. Like, he's not a good guy. He's not like a bad guy, but he's not a good guy. He's kind of just like a jerk in the show. And so it's really funny if he's the introduction to the female pirates. That's hilarious. I don't know what the historical Jack Rackham was like, but in the show, he's an asshole. It's also interesting how much historical records of like piracy there are, but I guess a lot of this was legal records, right? Like, because if they like attacked a ship, that would be like noted legally by the people who owned said ship. But then there's like all these records of like who was given what ship and when and stuff, and it's like that's just a pirate record. Like that wouldn't be in any real legal record. That's just a pirate decision. Oh, fuck these idiots. Remember how I said that Blackbeard grounded his ship at one point? He requested assistance from... At this point, he had a fleet of ships. There were like 2 or 3 ships sailing with him that he'd given like captaincy to other members of his crew. So he asked for assistance from one of his other ships, and that one got grounded too, and they just abandoned both ships. Fuck, I love pirates. This is amazing. Did they abandon? This is unclear. The Wikipedia article is unclear as if they abandoned both ships or if they did get one of them free or if there was a third ship. I'm not sure. Could be any of those. They definitely escaped at some point. They got off the island. God, everyone died in 1718 in this show. All the characters in this show fucking died. Like 2 years after the show started. The show starts in 1717. Everyone's dead by 1718. Fucking life of a pirate, guys. Don't go into piracy. Definitely don't go into piracy in 1717. Bad year for pirates. Oh no, wait. This guy didn't die. He survived trial by testifying in exchange for a pardon. The rest of his history is unknown. He may have died a beggar in London. Also, Basilica is such a great nickname. It's like, that's a wicked pirate nickname. Basilica? That is, I would go by Basilica as a pirate. That's my new pirate name. What's your pirate name? Oh, this is interesting casting too, because I thought this figure didn't have Israel Hands didn't have a birth date historically listed, but he does, and he's actually about like 20 years younger than Blackbeard and Stede Bonnet, which is interesting because in the show he's definitely not cast as 20 years younger. If anything, it's the same age, or I don't think I want to say older, but like similar in age. So that's curious. Is this accurate? If he was born in 1701, he would only have literally been like 16 years old when he got command of a ship from Blackbeard. And then, no, he didn't die a year later. He survived. But that's interesting, because in the show it's a completely different dynamic. Like I can understand why they would cast him as someone older, because casting a 16-year-old as Blackbeard, second in command, well, apparently accurate, would have been, and honestly, yeah, the naval ships frequently had very young boys and kids in positions in the Navy and in pirate ships, just because why not? But yeah, that's so interesting. He would have been so young, but in the show he's definitely not. Yeah, because in the show he's a very like competent, knowledgeable character, which wouldn't make any sense. And he's an adversary, like he becomes an adversary in the show, which again wouldn't make sense if he was a silly 16-year-old. Wow. Oh, but it didn't last long. They think he died in 1724, which is not much later. Still a pretty young death. The rest of them lived to like 30. Aren't older people generally casted for younger roles because of the play age, name recognition? Yeah, 100% accurately. In this case, these aren't, no, I was gonna say these aren't like big name actors, but no, a lot of them actually are pretty well-known actors. Yeah, but in this case, it was like, it's aged, I would say it's definitely more for a narrative reason to age that character up than anything else, because like I said before, he's an antagonist, he's a primary antagonist to these characters, and also the main cast is older than and probably for this reason, the main cast is older than they would have been historically, about 30, but it's played by Rhys Darby and Taika Waititi, and I'm not sure how old those two are. Maybe they're in their 30s. I should look that up. And yeah, so I can see why they wouldn't cast the first mate, who's supposed to be narratively an adversary, as someone who's a teenager. At least we aren't getting any more Will Smith. Yeah, Will Smith has had some good movies. I don't know what he's up to right now. Yeah, and Bruce Willis gets... Well, I mean, it's not just Bruce Willis, though. It's so many male actors get cast with female actresses in the romantic part as, like, someone who's, like, in their early 20s or maybe late 20s. And then the male actors just, like, 40s, 50s, 60s, doesn't matter. Like, it's ridiculous. But I do think that the industry has started to look at that and has started to consciously, actively cast female romantic leads who are at least slightly more age appropriate. So I think the industry is doing better on that score. They're at least trying to do better about the age discrepancy in relationship casting. Michelle Yeoh's so hot right now. Yes! All right, we're on to notes about Calico Jack now. Yeah, Calico Jack is most remembered because he had the 2 female crew members, and they didn't even make an appearance in the last season of the show. I'm so sad now. Fucking put them in the show. God. And Rackham was hanged in 1720. God, everyone's dead within a couple of years of this show. Holy crap. What a life. What a life. These pirates did not succeed well. Which is funny because piracy is one of those careers where people did succeed and retire from piracy successfully because there were all, like I was saying earlier, there were all these pardons and all of these ways to kind of break into legal piracy by just being on the right side of a war at the right time. So a lot of pirates did actually successfully retire. Not these ones. Yeah, okay, so John Rackham, Calico Jack, met Anne Bonny. He returned to piracy by stealing a ship, and Anne joined him. Their crew included Mary Read, who was disguised as a man at the time. Yeah, that Chinese pirate queen, she retired. She had a fleet so large it was like an actual navy. Yes, super cool story. That is such a cool historical story. It was nice talking to you, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's always nice when there's a discussion where both sides actually respond to questions, right? If someone's not going to answer certain points, it kind of it can fall away pretty fast because it's like you can't respond to something if they're not responding to you. So yeah, but it was some good chats. Have a good one. You're pro autonomy, that's why you find Wyoming hilarious. Your friend called you for a study date. Excellent. Go study it up. Good luck. All right, I'm really excited because I'm fully expecting these 2 pirates to be in the next season of the show. Wyoming passed into their constitution an autonomy measure, so they cannot pass any anti-abortion legislation. Interesting. That seems questionably legal, but hey, it seems like it's in the right spirit. I'd have to look more into it, but yeah, I like the result. Oh, they did it over masks. That's hilarious. That is funny. Yeah, like how great is this? So we have these two female pirates both disguising themselves as men, right? And then they're both like realize they're attracted to each other. And so they reveal that, oh, actually I'm a woman. And then the other one's like, oh, actually I'm a woman. I love that. That's so great. Like, come on, that is perfect for the tone of the show too. Give me that scene. We already had a non-binary character in the first season who was played phenomenally, first of all. You're watching the Chinese anime Since I'm Not the Heroine. Is this one of those like spin-offs from the villainous ones? Twins separated at birth and battle lines both have the past memories of the same modern person. Okay, yeah, so Memories of a Modern Person, definitely a spin-off from the My Life as a Villainess. But both have the same memories of the same person. Okay, I see the originality here. It's a little bit different. Dynasty versus Mongols, and the Mongols have modern weapons. It's a mess. So good. That sounds amazing. Still don't understand what happened to Blackbeard's ship. Trying to figure this out. By modern, it's a generation ahead. She made herself a handgun now. Oh, it's free on YouTube. So, steel refinement, procurement of resources, unifying the step behind her. She's the evil twin. Oh dear. And the good twin doesn't even have all of her memories yet. So the evil one has an advantage.
Yo.
Yeah, she got them early. She worked hard for her position. Alright, let's set this timer onto break mode. I'm getting some good research done here. I feel like I have lots more information to work from. I feel like I understand a lot more about the actual show too, which will be relevant for next season, I guess. Knowledge is power, something. By May 1718, Blackbeard awarded himself the rank of Commodore. Love it. He got too cocky though, because that was in May, and by June was when he grounded both of his ships. Or 2 out of 3 of them, anyway. So yeah, I wasn't a Commodore for long. Oh. That's harsh, man. That would suck. Oh, there's a suggestion that grounding the ships was intentional in order to, because he was planning on taking a pardon and retiring. So in order to minimize the crew, who would be minimizing the crew who would be have access to their share of their money they'd made. It's possible they grounded the ships intentionally in order to get rid of crew so that they would have more money for when they retired and took this pardon. So it could have been planned. Or they could have been idiots who then had to take a pardon because they lost all their ships. So, you know, could be either way. Not that the pardon lasted long. They went back to piracy and then got hanged. This is so convoluted. Oh my god. Insurance scam. Yep. This Wikipedia article is not well organized. It keeps jumping back and forth in time. I need some more editing by someone.
Yo.
Ooh. Alright, and I'm in writing mode right now. I'm getting some good stuff done. Okay, Blackbeard's final battle is like epic though. Yeah, some of these Wikipedia facts are contradicting themselves. They've got to be careful. Pick apart. And probably the source material is contradictory. I feel like. What is the Fast and Furious party? The Fast and Furious party. There's I posted a video on the Discord channel. It's absolutely insane. It's basically we watch all 9 existing Fast and the Furious movies at the same time. That's it. That's the whole idea. Just we watch them all at the same time. So I have all 9 of them queued up, ready to go. So if you like ADD and not watching movies at all, but if you like the Fast and the Furious movies, it's going to be good because basically we can just like vaguely watch the movies and or talk about Fast and the Furious and or the new ones coming out that weekend too. So I'm excited. I think it sounded like a great ADD time to me. I need some wine. But yeah, it's kind of more of an excuse to have a drinking game. So basically you can get drinking game rules where it's like, well, when this happens on every screen at the same time, take a drink and stuff like that, right? So if you like movies about fast cars and also having fun, come check it out. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a good time even if no one else is there, and so hopefully someone else will come and drink along to Fast Cars with me. You don't have to drink. You can just hang out and watch the craziness. But it should be an experience. Okay. Have I done enough research here? Am I ready to actually write something? I feel like I have so many notes now on like the entire history of all of these pirates. Most of this is not relevant to the story I'm writing. Ain't that always the way of it? What time Eastern am I starting? Eastern is going to be 5 p.m. Eastern time. So it's going to be, I think it's like 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern, and then 11 p.m. my time, if you're in Europe. But I figured that would be a reasonable time for everyone, because it's not going to be very long, because you're watching them all at the same time, the total amount of time is going to be like 2 hours, right? So it doesn't need to, it's not like watching a marathon where it's going to go on for 20 hours. Yeah, you're gonna try to join. Yeah. Wash my hands. I hate having sticky hands. It drives me nuts. Also, I can get new tea. Beverage goblin. One for hydration, one for energy, and one for alcohol. One for knocking over. My cat. Okay, what am I actually writing? What part of this do I actually need to write? And why did I need to do all that research? Where did I get stuck? Way up here somewhere. You know how when you're writing something and then you get stuck, so you do some research, and then like 8 hours later, it hasn't been 8 hours, but you're like, oh fuck, where was I? That's right. Okay, what I actually needed for my research was the name of a new captain, and I have names of multiple captains now, so let's pick one. Captain Vane. Captain... I don't want Hornigold. Hornigold's mentioned in the show. Vane, maybe. Yeah, let's... Oh, these pirates lasted a couple years longer. They lasted until 1721. Everyone else died in 1718. Remind me to stretch my wrist. Thank you, Lofi. How's your day going? Oh god, I got to the part in my writing where I'm like, where I was originally stuck, and I realized where I got stuck, and I never actually solved that question. Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that's what I'd done. That's okay, I got a lot of information that's gonna help out.
Yo.
All right, and time for a break. And I think we're gonna finish up pretty quick here. Maybe one more. I don't know. I'm still in the writing mood, so I don't know. I don't know. put it on break for now. See how we feel. Science editor, hey! I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Zohito Kai? You can let me know how you actually pronounce that. That was my best guess. Yeah, I work as a science editor, so I make sure that all the English is correct in research articles before they get published. What do you do? So-chi. Sao-chi? Sao-chi. I like it. Let me know if I still said that wrong. There's a couple ways you could say that. Break. Ooh. What about you? What do you do? You're a student. You work. Yeah, my life is an interesting fusion of fashion and science. Fashion and science design. Science and fashion design. So science is kind of my day job right now, and then hopefully fashion design will be my day job soon, eventually. Not too far in the future, I hope. Okay, I think I figured out what I needed. You're a retired army and you're a hard sci-fi fanfic writer. Ooh, what fandoms do you like the most? You're taking a break from defining metallurgical refining and milling processes for plasma conduit liners. Ooh, I like it. Earlier you did a sparring session with your partner on development on simulated suited combat techniques for limited mobility under variable gravitational influences, with Newton's third law being applicable. Easier to write from a perspective of plausibility. Oh, I like it. So you like hard sci-fi. You like the cool stuff where it's actually about like what could be possible and not just like magic with a sci-fi veneer. Very nice. I like it. Yeah, tell me what fandoms you like though, because you probably like some cool stuff if you like all the technical stuff. Okay, where did I actually get to? There it is. Okay. See, I was writing the wrong thing and it's not accurate and I need to change it. Okay, because otherwise I'll screw myself up later. For space simulations, you use Orbiter 2010 P1 and Elite. I know my sister loves Elite Dangerous. The latter for its already defined future model. Very cool. The last episodic novella involved a sentient AI that inhabited a biological host and proceeded to influence it and others to perform specific tasks to ensure its survival. Whether it was terminated or not is a mystery for much later. Ooh, I love it! I love anything to do with AI. I'm very down for AI. Crossing between technological and biological was not that great of a biochemical leap, considering how RNA stores data in another form. I was just gonna ask kind of how you did like an AI infiltrating biologically, but yeah, of course, like that's exactly what viruses do. It's just genetic code, literal code that infiltrates a biological host and proceeds to make it do what it wants. And if you just had an entirely complex code that was actually computer code that was expressed as RNA or etc., yeah, like it's not even that far of a stretch. It's actually literally a thing that already happens and definitely could be exploited intentionally by an AI or a human. The protagonist is an actual AI. You use 3 while writing. One is pro, another is con, and the third is the devil's advocate between the two. So like you have 3 viewpoint characters, or it's the same character with 3 viewpoints? Interesting stuff. Ooh, I just got mean. You know when your character can say like the accurate thing, or they can say the mean thing, like the mean way of saying the same thing, and you're like, oh, that way, that's way more interesting, do that. 3 AI playing against one another while you simulate in-game what can be simulated, take notes, and then write what it takes place. As with most stories, there are actions other than exciting moments that have their own relevance. Oh, interesting. Well, wasn't a better word for inequalities or when 2 people don't treat each other with equal respect? What's a better way to say that? Someone's definitely picked up on the fact that these 2 characters did not have a balanced relationship, but I need a better way to phrase that sentence. The character for this story is a female human cyborg ship mechanic turned capital ship captain and now clan leader. With the AI's assistance, a voice was developed for her to stimulate her vocal modulator, so she sounds like a mix between the human, female, technological. Cool! Disparaging's a good one. Not necessarily disparaging, just that one character treats the other with more respect, and the other one really wants that respect. But doesn't get it. But they're friends. It's not like in an outwardly antagonistic way. I picked up on some of the unbalanced. Dynamic? Dynamic's okay. Balance dynamic, that's not terrible. I might change it later. Definitely picked up on some of the... Do you post your stuff anywhere? Is your stuff posted or published anywhere? Feel free to post links if you have a website or a link to wherever you have your writing. Or if you stream here on Twitch, feel free to post that. Disappropriate, disproportionate. Yeah, those are good ones. That's dynamic. Hanging between these two. Cool. I'll go check it out, give you a follow. Cool. Oh, and my timer's done too. Okay, I think I'm gonna do one more work period. I wasn't expecting to be streaming for this long, actually. So this is good. I got a lot of stuff done, and we're gonna see how much more I can get done in the next 45 minutes. I bet it's a lot, because I'm not still doing research. I bet I can actually write some stuff now. What is Hugging Face Co? Making the community's best AI chat models available to everyone. Oh, I'm totally into AI chat models right now. I'm like so into using as many of them as I can find, as much as I can find for everything I can think of to use AI chat for. I've been like writing like web copy and marketing and TikTok captions and just like everything with AI right now. I wrote a note to my landlord at one point. I'm just so into it. I think it's exploding in usefulness and is only going to get more and more useful. Do you do coding? Do you work in AI chat? They have all the datasets and models you could ever want. Amazon, AWS even links to them. Oh, very cool. Okay, I'm gonna save the link. It just has like, does it have some free ones? So if you bother to make an account, you can get free access to it. You don't have to pay for it. So I don't go make an account and then go, ah. Yeah, AI is a recent thing. Yes, ChatGPT. Yeah, has helped you develop the 3 that you use for the story. Ah, very cool. Oh my god, I love it. Oh, I'm so happy you stumbled across this channel because that's like excellent, cool stuff. Make sure you give a follow if you haven't already. And yeah, I love talking about this kind of stuff. This stuff is excellent. Like I said, I am so big into AI models, language learning models, all of this cool stuff. Yeah, large language models. For the large language models, there's a fee for use. There's some of them that don't have fees for use. Oh, you pay a fee as you link to these things. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because you're using it for something else. Like you're using it inside of something else. You have a $50 cap on it, but it's never bothered to reach it. You have a separate account for basic research, which is the fixed monthly $20. So you don't have to use up your API data limit. Okay, so there's lots of like options and different systems you can use. Very cool. I've just been using the free ones for me, because so many of them are free. And then some of the ones I've been using also have like, you can use a couple questions a day. And for the most part, that's usually fine for me. And then I'll switch to another one if I really need more. But honestly, between ChatGPT and Perplexity, they pretty much do me. The paid monthly is available 24/7, even if there's heavy server use. Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, especially if you need it to be accessible by other people. That's phenomenal. You like to bounce research between 3.5 and the 4 models. Have you found, what differences have you found, I guess is my question. Because yeah, I've definitely tested a bunch of queries on like different platforms and just to kind of see what gives the best results for what type of query. And yeah, you do get different results for sure. Getting stuck in this scene though, I don't want to drag this scene out. It's really like an informational scene and it shouldn't be, I feel like it's getting really heavy emotionally and it shouldn't quite yet. That should come a bit later. So I've got to figure out how to like cap it and move some of this dialogue to a later section. Although maybe I don't. Sometimes I think I need to do that and I'm like, no, wait, just leave it there. It's helpful there. It sets it up earlier. Is more intelligent, relatively speaking, as it has a larger data set and is more thoughtful towards the use of its wording and context, but is not always the best. In what situations would you say it's not the best? 3.5 is quicker and more efficient when seeking specifics and or contrasting and comparing ideas, concepts, research, etc. Okay, so for simple answers, the 3.5 is going to be faster and more, clear, concise? Versus the 4 might take more time to formulate a more verbal answer kind of thing, or a more modified kind of answer. This is super cool. Thanks for telling me all this. When going through the character's mindset, 3.5 is best for generalizing, whereas 4 is more focused when working on point of view and concepts. Very cool! That's so neat. Balancing what AI can provide and what inspiration you take from actual gameplay, a storyline is worked out and writing begins. Super cool. So it's kind of like advanced Sims for inspiration. Is that accurate? Would you agree? Once writing begins, then it devolves to just you and what you produce. Very cool. I like this technique. I like this this inspiration style. You like to get a respectful distance between the actual writing process and the AI, so it doesn't put its fingerprint on the work. Its influence ends where the pen's begins. I like it, to make sure you're having your own style on it. Makes sense. Ooh, I'm struggling with this part of this conversation. Doesn't feel in character. Because the character has to be a little bit oblivious to what's going on, but also has to come to terms with it. The model for the clan she is now leader of was the AI's idea, and you liked it as it fit her genetic background. You're surprised that the AI had processed that and presented it as an option. It's funny when they pick up stuff that you don't expect them to pick up, and you're like, oh, you got that part? Like, I just threw that in for my own reference later, and you used it. All right, then, let's go with it. Okay, where am I going here? What do I need to I need to write my notes here. What is happening? Happening in this scene. What is the point? The point is he realizes what he's been doing wrong and why his actions were misconstrued. See, I don't even want to use like misconstrued in the thing, but for my notes, that's perfect. He has to figure out that it was his fault for being unclear and assumptive. What's the word I'm looking for? Assumptive. When you take too much from someone, when you expect too much from someone. What's the word for that? Purposefully, obliviously cognizant of actions. Norm of reciprocity. Not ever giving anything back. These are just notes, they don't have to be perfect. Okay, overbearing's not the right word. Overtaking. But that's not, that's a different word. I mean, they take too much. They give, ergo expect reciprocation, even unconsciously. This character's not even giving, or at least they weren't. That's the problem. They were just taking. And assuming that the other would just stay around forever. Now they've left. Okay, what else has to happen in this scene? He has to realize what to do next, which is to talk to others. Talk to the crew for info. Okay. So how do I get from here to there? Where am I at? I'm at he's just starting to realize stuff. At that stage, operant conditioning could be useful. As a character, maybe even have some developmental quirk from their childhood that makes them all give and no take. Yes, absolutely. Very accurate. Kind of childhood traumas abound, right? We're dealing with pirates. We've got fucked up childhoods here. These people do not know how to fucking have normal relationships. So yes, very apt observation. But that's a really good point, bringing that into it. I'm gonna write that down actually. Yeah, childhood trauma that makes them seek love in less than ideal ways. Less than healthy ways. Also need to take into account the person's wiring, as not everyone is extroverted or used to more social give and take norms. Yes, so the character who's all give is definitely very introverted and very, like, not gonna bring up their own needs kind of thing. What fashion line do you produce? So right now I'm trying to set up a collection for kind of high-end women's office wear. So things like pencil skirts, things like blouses, things like day dresses, things like that is kind of where I'm trying to focus right now. As I'm super ADD, it's a struggle to focus down, but I was previously focused on dresses, kind of more formal cocktail dresses, and I felt that was not exactly where I wanted to be. So I've refocused, and I'm going to start to be publishing some more designs that are more collection focused again, because a couple years ago I was pretty consistently publishing actual collections, like designs, online, and then I kind of fell off of that because I'd kind of gotten not focused enough to continue putting out that, and I want to really focus it down on in number of stuff too. I knew at that time that I was putting out more designs than I would produce, because beginning collections are usually very small if you want them to be successful. But so I knew I was designing more than I would ever want to produce. But at this point, I'm trying to really narrow it down and just pick like 1 or 2 designs, like just a skirt and then a fancy skirt. And I think that's where we're gonna start to see, and then we're gonna start to see some themed collections come out just for marketing purposes. So like the Little Mermaid movie comes out next week. This week or next week, we're gonna see a fashion design collection themed around the Little Mermaid, and then I want to do one themed around the Barbie movie, which comes out in July. So some things like that, but again, micro collections, really small stuff. Coffee and the method of Lofi would be useful for ADHD. What's that method? I haven't heard of that before. Coffee is only pseudo useful for ADHD. So coffee in ADHD people can actually have the opposite effect that it has in non-ADHD people, in that it can actually make you kind of sleepy, because caffeine is a dopamine affecting drug, but it doesn't affect dopamine in the same way that most things that affect dopamine work. Caffeine, and I just learned this, accelerates whatever is already happening. So if you have dopamine already in your system, caffeine is going to work to wake you up and energize and motivate you. So like most people when they have a cup of coffee. If you have ADD and you don't have caffeine in your system, it can actually work to like strengthen that effect and make you like sleepier and tired and less motivated. So caffeine's a weird one actually. But if you have enough of it, then it starts producing dopamine. So like a Red Bull will work pretty well for me to wake me up. But a cup of coffee is kind of useless unless I have like 7 of them. But Red Bull's good because it has a bunch of other stuff in there that works on the dopamine system in a positive way. So like it has like B vitamins and like taurine and guarana and some of those things that also work on the dopamine system. And so because of that, it's more likely to actually promote the dopamine system, and then the caffeine accelerates it. Whereas just caffeine on its own is actually a little bit of a hit or miss for ADHD. The method of loci is a memorization technique while exercising the creative processes. Oh, okay. So like one of those techniques where you use kind of creative thoughts to remember everything, to kind of lay everything out in your brain. I'll have to look it up. It's an ancient Greek and later Roman technique. The orator Cicero Cicero used it to good effect. Cool, cool, cool. Good, okay, I think I got that scene finished. Excellent. Got all the points, he figured it out. He has to realize what to do next, and he did. Perfect. White wine in the sunlight, for shame. A nice ice wine for the spring daylight is required. It is nighttime here. I just have a strong light over there. Is it daytime where you are? Well, white wine in the sunlight is great. I mean, obviously keep it in the shade if you can, but... I do like ice wine, but I never buy them. I never think it's a special enough occasion for ice wine. But I love sweet things, so honestly, I should consider them more frequently. Late afternoon for you. Very nice. It is 11:30 p.m. here, so it is dark. Okay, what's the next scene? Good, we're talking to the crew. See, I've already written most of the next stuff. We've already done talking to the crew scene. Gotta go through and edit it. Part did I pick? I picked Vane to be my named part. Character. Charles Vane, that's it. Ice wine is its own occasion. That is honestly the best quote I've heard all day. Ice wine is its own occasion. I am 100% in agreement with that. Fucking way to live, yes. Was baptized into that wine's blessing in Hohenfels. Decades past. Where is Hohenfels? What is the book you're working on? I am working on a short story because I generally can't write things longer than short stories. When I try, I do not like what comes out, and it's an awful experience. So I don't do that anymore, or at least not currently. I just write short stories. So I'm working on a short story that is inspired by Our Flag Means Death and Master and Commander, because I watched that movie last night and I got inspired to write stuff about pirates. So I'm writing about pirates. Hohenfels, Germany. Okay, I would have guessed Germany when you were stationed there a long time ago. So if you like ice wine, I hope you've tried Canadian ice wine, because Canadian ice wine is the best ice wine in the world. Canada doesn't necessarily have the best wine for any other type of wine, but we have the best ice wine, and I will take that 100% to the bank. Master and Commander, a good example of historical fiction. Exactly, right? An excellent example of historical fiction. Fuck, I named the ship too. Now I've got to figure out if this captain had his own ship name canonically, or like canonically, historically. Probably did. I'm research man. Here we go. Another English pirate. So I've already picked the pirate is going to be Charles Vane. So I'm going to figure out what ship or ships he commanded. At least in 1717 and 1718, because that is when we are set. Oh no, this pirate was known for cruelty, often beating, torturing, and killing sailors from ships he captured. Oh dear, I picked a nasty one. Beliefs, sociological norms, mythological beliefs, and superstition played a lot in namings. Yes, I've also learned that, like, two of these pirates just had, like, they had the Revenge and they had the Queen Anne's Revenge. So, not a lot of originality there, but they liked revenge. The sloop, the Lark. I just have to Google what a sloop is, because I've kind of just been assuming it's like a small boat, like a small ship. And I was correct. It is a small ship. It is a sailboat with a single mast, typically having only one head sail in front of the mast and one mainsail after the mast. Okay, so it has a couple sails, but it's a pretty small boat. That's what I assumed it was. Now I know. They could be a gentleman pirate akin to Bonnet, right? This one is not. This is apparently Charles Vane is the opposite of the gentleman pirate. He is a bit of a brute. Oh, they renamed the ship to the Ranger at one point. That's a good name. Oh, then they captured a bigger ship. Good, this is what I want. Give me the name. Did you name it? Okay, you could have a 24 gun sloop. That means it's a pretty... Sloops could be pretty big if they could have 24 guns. Working as an independent or under a letter of marque? This one is going to be an independent. This part of the history is when all these pirates, like all these stupid pirates, accepted a pardon to not be pirates anymore, and then like immediately went back to being pirates and got killed by the government within like 6 months. It's absolutely wild. Like all of these pirates died between 1718 and 1720 because they all took a pardon, then they all went back to piracy, and then they all got captured and killed. And it's like, wow, you guys, that was maybe not your best choice. Maybe you should have just kept the pardon and not gone back to a life of crime. Yeah, BC and Ontario have great ice wine. You like a Riesling ice wine, it's the best ice wine. I agree with that. 24 guns as a sloop. Thinking 6th rate or Indiaman. I have no idea what that means. I just learned a sloop existed today. Whoa, Captain Bellamy was one of the wealthiest pirates in recorded history, but his career as a pirate captain lasted little more than a year. So he was pretty active. Can we get... Bellamy was known for his mercy and generosity towards those he captured on his raids. Okay, so this is the opposite pirate of Vane. This might be who I use instead. Except he dies in 1717 historically, but I'm also absolutely willing to play a little loose with that because we've already done that. Usually a sloop would be under 20 guns. A 6th rate is a frigate class having 20 or more, like in Master and Commander. Cool. Okay. So Wikipedia absolutely used the phrase 24 gun sloop. So that is where it came from. I'm pretty sure Bellamy is mentioned in Our Flag Means Death, but I can't remember how much or to what degree. The useless knowledge you obtained from playing far too much Empire Total War. Isn't it funny how sometimes you can end up with this like huge breadth of like very specific knowledge? You're like, I really have no reason I know all this, but I do. A leopard can't change its spots. Once a pirate, always a pirate. Except there's a bunch of... This is like the worst possible like 2-year period for pirates. They just all die. Because in a lot of other historical periods, a lot of pirates did successfully retire. Like they did successfully become like privateers for a particular government, or they started and ended as privateers, right? Where they were technically authorized by one country to take ships of another country. And that was a very common way of getting out of a life of piracy, by becoming a pirate for the government. Bellamy was taken down by a storm, and his ship was found as a shipwreck in 1984. Very cool. Pirate ghost story. I like it. Okay, so technically he went down in 1717, but I might use him in his ship because I like the idea of this. Oh, this is good information that wasn't under the Blackbeard Wikipedia page. Because Blackbeard worked for Hornigold for a while when he started. And Hornigold was deposed as captain because he wouldn't attack ships of England, because he was trying not to get on England's bad side, like a smart privateer. But his crew wanted to do that, so they deposed him and left him with his loyal followers, including Blackbeard. And then Bellamy took over as captain. On what ship? Oh no, they kept the Marianne, which used to be Hornigold's ship. But that's okay, because Hornigold gets a whole bunch more ships in his future. Hornigold is like the master of acquiring ships. Blackbeard acquired quite a few, but he lost them like immediately. Blackbeard was a master of losing ships he acquired. Hornigold kind of tended to hold on to them at least. It's more fun to amp up the English Empire and turn them into pirates, terrorizing the Spanish and French natives in the Caribbean and the Mediterranean, much to the Ottomans' chagrin. Right? Let's pull this under my Blackbeard timeline.
Yo.
Okay, in 1716. Okay, so this has to be after Bellamy's revolt, because in 1716 Hornigold places Teach and Blackbeard in charge of a vessel, but this has to be after he's already lost his main vessel, the Marianne. Oh wow! Okay, this part's amazing. In 1717, when he spotted the Wida galley, this is the ship that becomes his, He chased it and fired a shot. The captain of this ship surrendered, and true to his reputation, Bellamy rewarded the lack of resistance by trading the ship he already had for this ship. So he he took an upgrade, like he took the better ship, but then he just like let this other crew just, have the other ship that he already had and took his new ship onward. That's amazing. I love this. Errol Flynn played a great pirate in the movies. The movie Captain Blood was one of his movies. I've never heard of that one. I'll have to look it up. He could steal some from Black Sam Bellamy back when he was scavenging ships. Yeah, they all like stole ships. It's wild. Okay, it's pronounced the Widda. Interesting. Okay, what else have I got to look up here? I think I'm gonna go with this one. I probably shouldn't waste my time looking up anymore. I guess I've got to decide if my character would be more likely to go for a captain who has a reputation for cruelty or a captain who has a reputation for generosity. Ooh, because my character could go either way. Which one would make more sense? This song's a little tense. Oh, and my time tracker's done. Alright, I think we're gonna do one more break period and we'll find someone to raid. Sounds good? Sounds good. But we've had a successful stream here. We've been going for 7 hours. Wow. Pretty good. And the internet held up even though I opened Discord at one point and I thought Discord was going to be a problem. So I'm pleased that it is not. I suppose I should change this. I haven't bothered to change this number in a while. Because I'm like, I don't know, but we'll just make it 6 out of 3. Look at that. Also, if anyone likes Fast and the Furious party this Friday to celebrate the new one coming out. And it's just going to be an ADD drinking game, wild time, basically. We're just going to watch all the movies at one time. As little or as much as we can pay attention. And then drink when stuff happens. And that's what's going to go. So if you've never seen any of them, this is probably gonna be confusing event for you, but it will also still be fun. And if you've seen most of them or some of them before, then it will also be a fun event because you'll know what's going on in at least one of the boxes. Yeah, I thought you were only doing 3 sessions. I keep defaulting to writing 3 right now because I'm not sure how much time I'm gonna be doing, because again, my work has been so weird lately that it's like it's not as predictable. And then today I was just writing, so yeah, I'm kind of less predictable than I would like to be for how much work I'm gonna do in any given day. But as long as I come online, I figure as long as I start the stream, I'm like, that's fine. You were away for like 2 hours or something. Yeah. No, it's never and that's why that's why I was kind of, previously I always said papers to edit, because that was definitely not a commitment to a time frame, because paper could take me an hour, it could take me 30 minutes, it could take me 3 hours to edit. But like for today, I was just writing, so I just guess. I'm like, I commit to being here for 3 hours. If I stay for longer, then I stay for longer. That's kind of, I guess, how I think about it. Like, I will stay here for 3 hours, unless something really weird happens. Sometimes I'm just too tired to continue. It was not a study date at all. They just ranted to you while you tried to do your homework. Did you get some homework done? At least? Hopefully. Alright, is anyone doing writing? Let's see if we can find a writing streamer. It always ends up like this, and you call it studying. You only got it done for one subject, and you wanted to do everything you'd missed today. You're lucky that you only have that subject, that you have the homework for tomorrow. Otherwise, you'd be screwed. Can you get a little bit more done before you finish up for the night? You got one more subject done? Okay, we're going to found someone to raid, I think. All right, let's give a raid. Oops, I am on the wrong keyboard. I'm on the only keyboard. The keyboard's connected to the wrong computer. Oh, and we're gonna run an ad. You'd like to do a bit more. You feel unproductive, but you're super exhausted. You're in the same time zone, so it's super late. Ah, no. Yeah, some. Do a bit more. You feel unproductive, but you're super exhausted. Sometimes it's better to get a good night's sleep and wake up the next morning ready to go. That's for sure. Oh, lots of co-working streamers I haven't seen before. Go on right now. Check them out. Foreheads, alright. Gotta support. I appreciate your patience. Talk of pirate and watching a plant control a machete seems inadequately appropriate. Now it's time to sleep. Yeah, get some good sleep. Wake up tomorrow and find study partners who actually study. Good luck. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. You do you. You do what you gotta do. You'll figure it out. Get some sleep though. Eventually. Okay, wait, hold on. Where am I? Dirty for real right now, but come on. We talked more than doing anything in the previous Pomodoro session. You're not any better. Yeah, but then the last 2 Pomodoro sessions, I got tons of writing done. So, if you drag me down, I'm pulling you with me. Yeah. I can't argue with any of that. Look, do you know how much I know about pirates now? I know so much about pirates now. I knew quite a bit about pirates before today. Now I know a lot more. All right, we're raiding. Time for bed. Let's go. Saber drone. Network. This is someone who is doing some writing streaming. Let's go check them out. Oh, I don't think I have a writing raid message. Writing raid? No, it's just co-working raid. That's fine. Alright, thanks everyone who hung out today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you got some work done. Got a little bit of work done, got a little bit of writing done. Learned something about pirates and or, I don't know, science. We had a whole discussion on philosophy earlier. Religion, science, a bunch of stuff. It was an interesting discussion day for sure. We'll be doing more streaming tomorrow. I think we're doing art club. Wednesday we're doing art club. Thursday we're doing fashion design club. Lots of cool stuff. Friday we're doing the Fast and the Furious party. So if you like Fast and the Furious, if you like action movies, if you like having fun, come hang out for that. It's not going to run too late because we're watching them all at the same time. It's going to be fucking epic. If you like drinking games, movie watching, drinking games, come watch. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm going to look up the method of Lofi. That looks really cool. Loci. Bye, Virtuous Wife. We'll see you guys later.
I did see it though. Yes, apologies for Saber Drone Bot. Co-working. I do see co-working raid. Thank you so much for that. What were you working on? What? Again, apologies for Saber Drone Bot. That's very embarrassing. Yeah, there we go. Now we got some muffins. Can we get some more? I'll throw in some muffins for. Gotta feed the hungry raiders. Writing raid. Oh, nice. There we go. Here we go. I got some muffins as well. Exploding muffins. Day's going pretty good. We're trucking along. Working on a big kind of novel. Got about not like I think 15 or so thousand words. But no, I yesterday I was super fatigued, so I didn't get any work done. So I'm kind of happy that today is going as well as it is. How about you? Take a little finger stretch break here. Nisbet coming in with the super fancy muffins. Right? That's what we figured the resurrection muffins are, the angel food cake. Working on a short story about pirates. Bunch of discussions about philosophy, morality, and technology. So it's a good stream. That's awesome.
Yo.
Most of the times my streams are just